Hi friends, and welcome to Talking with Famous People. Rachel's coughs are the blockchain technology that ensures the non-counterability of a Talking with Famous People live stream. Now, when I say here I'm going to give IQ a second look, I'm actually not bullshitting. For all of the anti-IQ rhetoric I've spewed, I really want to give it a second look and consider it a bit. So I'll get into it in a moment. I've had some ISFJs in my life, and have not, across the board, generally believed themselves to be smarter than me, which is an interesting question to ask, right? Do you believe that person to be smarter than you is quite revelatory, okay? I've not in general believed ISFJs to be smarter than me. But I've also had a range of ISFJs in my life that display to me very clearly that ISFJs go from ultra intuitive to ultra sensory. Kimberly was an ultra sensory ISFJ. Indisputably the same type as my mother, who was somewhere in the middle, who was like a literary kind of ISFJ, who was somewhere in the middle between Kimberly and this ISFJ I just typed, who was Oliver Linehan style ISFJ. When I started talking to the guy, I said something along. He didn't even want me to record the conversation, so I have no recording of it. But somewhere towards the beginning of the conversation, I said something like, "Jesus Christ, you're intuitive." He was ultra intuitive, in the meaning of the word, like being able to intuit things well, and yet he was definitely an ISFJ. There's no disputing that. SI-DOM FE tool. So this is what makes me want to revisit this question of IQ. The one thing that IQ would seem to be promising for is to explain the differentiation that you see maximally attained in ISFJs and INFJs. Sam Harris is an INFJ that the vast majority of people looking at him would say, wow, he's super smart. Because people are mostly fooled by display affect, right? Rachel's an INFJ that does not elicit from people comments like, wow, your girlfriend's smart. There's not a diss on Rachel at all. I'm not saying Rachel's dumb at all. I'm just saying, because people are so fixated on the display qualities, Sam Harris is going to be considered super smart and definitely not the same type as Rachel, because she doesn't talk about fancy talk stuff like Sam Harris does, right? Or she doesn't position herself as an expert on things. So the thing is, one possible way to explain the difference between, say, my mom, ISFJ, and the ISFJ I just typed would simply say, well, that guy's got a higher IQ. I still don't find that a satisfactory explanation at all for anything, but I'm just saying that conversation made me at least acknowledge that IQ could potentially be some sort of measurement that you could use to explain the difference in, I guess you would say, abstract deftness that is found among ISFJs and INFJs in particular. It's those two types, the FE tool, that you see these wide ranges of displays of apparent intelligence. And it's because it depends on their FE strategy, really.
My sister is seen as highly intellectual, and she's the ISFJ type. She is highly intellectual. She can carry on conversation.
But I would call her definitely a hybrid between Kimberly and my mom.
It's okay. So,
which is a different.
Okay, so she'd be in the middle of that.
Whereas Oliver Linehan and the guy we just typed are a different kind of ISFJ, a different class.
Linehan,
like, you guys are both really. The guy I just talked to and
you're very
insightful. Like,
very
when
insightful.
You say all kinds of shit that makes me go like, oh wow. Not just when you're echoing me. Obviously, I appreciate you restating things that I say that I already agree with and go, that's nicely stated. But there have been plenty of occasions where you said something that was like, wow, that's really insightful. I hadn't thought about that. And similarly with this guy just typed, he came in, I think, kind of angry at typology. Which, it's hard to blame somebody for being angry at typology because... So, I mean...
it's not hard, yeah.
If you see me as part of typology, it's easy to go, you fucking people, you know? Because it's true of everybody in typology, mostly. But the thing is, no, I'm with you about typology. You fucking people. I'm not one of them, right? Like... So, anyway, we were just driving back from the Webber store, and I was thinking, was there something else I was going to do today or need to do today? And I thought, well, I remember, I wanted to live stream at some point. And then I tried to figure out if it was today or yesterday. That took me a while. Is it still yesterday, or is it today now?
It's today.
It's today now.
Yep.
You know, arriving first, Oliver, doesn't do you any good if you take no action to get the worm.
The worm's been about you, too. It's true, like, I'm super excited to, like, announce to you that you are on the intuitive side of the spectrum of things, because it's true. Like...
That lawyer guy, too. You know, it was like the family, they had the daughter, the wife, and the husband. The husband set this thing up, convinced he was an ENTP.
Oh, yeah.
He's a lawyer, after all. I typed him first. I was just like, I'm sorry to tell you this, dude. You are an ISFJ. But who would type that guy as an ISFJ except for me? Nobody. Who would type the guy that I just typed as an ISFJ except for me? Nobody.
He didn't even self-type as... He self-typed as ENFP first. That he said
he was self-typed as I don't know what to say anymore.
I can't really talk. Honestly, I forgot about this part. But we can't really talk about this. But so no one would have. I mean, it was.
The thing is, if you did the SI test, the SI competence was clear as day. He was able to recount a bunch of details. He was able to, he had very strong, clear opinions about things like sleeping and eating. When you ask the question, if you don't get enough sleep, how much will it impact you the next day? And you get a really clear description of how exactly it's going to impact you the next day and how many hours you need and stuff. You're probably dealing with the F5 fairly high up. And besides that, everything else, so many good concrete examples. He was exactly the good kind of thinker that I am, in the sense that he had the right relationship with starting with examples and then moving up from them, but testing them as you go up, right? But he definitely wasn't an enedom. In other words, when I asked him to do shit on the fly, anything I said to do things on the fly, he wanted to sit with it for a second. He was a knower, and definitely not an enidom. His TI was textbook third, which is worse than you think it would be, but able to be competent. They take a little time to work through things and gets the concept of it, no problem. Which is to say, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or eighth, really. Haha, I relate heavily to the anger with typology thing. I can't even think of more words to explain it. It's just mostly unwatchable and makes me want to bang my head against the wall. Well, the thing is, people get find poor use of their 8 slot function evil. So, I think I see evil as people bullying through with physical world action, executing decisions before there's been adequate ideation. In other words, that which shuts down your dominant is, in your mind, I'm not sure if I'd put it this way, but really, what does really evil really come down to? It comes down to people not listening to me long enough, would be my answer, which means SE. For you, it would be people not recognizing how determinate the particularist things are. In other words, NI. But I mean, the thing about that is, I don't like the explanation because it's not an explanation. Why is it that Oliver Linehan and the guy I just typed are ISFJs who you gather 100 people together in a room and you say, I want you to rank these 4 ISFJs in order of smartness, and you give them Oliver, that guy we just typed, Catherine, Rachel's sister.
My sister's smart.
And then Kimberly. The ranking would go Kimberly, least smart, then the sister,
Yeah.
then Oliver and this guy. They both say, well, they're not even, they're a different kind of people apparently. But they're not. If you actually do the questions to determine what kind of people they are, they're exactly the same kind of people, with the exact same kind of SI priorities, the exact same kind of example-heavy habits of conversation, etc., etc., etc.,
Like, about the guy, well, there wasn't even anything recorded, but he had SI values, if you know what that means. And in my way, it means that when he was speaking about his culture and saying that he was living near Croatia, and I think he said north of Serbia he was?
He's in Bosnia.
Bosnia.
Yeah. And so then when I said, okay, so if some people from Bosnia sell travel packages to Herzegovina, and he told me to use Croatia instead of Herzegovina. I just kept using Herzegovina. I think it was because I was mispronouncing it, but it might also be because they got some sort of genocidal hatred amongst each other or something. I don't really take those kind of things into consideration. Oh, that's right, you guys hate each other because they're Bosnians and you're Herzegovinians. That's a good reason. No, we're not that TE smart, Artie. Artie said, hey, Rachel, did you use good TE when cutting your hair? No, we shaved our own heads. We used good FE.
So, I've decided that I want to keep my hair short. It's so much easier. Not this short. This was not planned. It was accepted by myself. Like, I was like, okay, like, I'm gonna go this short, but
I like it.
Thank you. And I'm gonna have actually like my hair as short as Erik's from now on, because it's just so much easier. I just like I didn't do it for this reason. I've wanted to shave my head for a long time now. I always said that if I had a friend who, was going through chemo, that I would shave myself, like my hair too. Like, this time it was a mistake. I was going for a pixie and I cut way too short of section, and then there was no turning back. So I'm gonna have Erik just cut my hair from now on. It's so much easier.
Ain't no turning back from love, girl. No turning back tonight. We're gonna rock and roll all evening. Through straight to the night.
No chemotherapy.
No chemotherapy.
For me. Not. Yeah.
There's no
I'm
chemotherapy.
very
I'm trying to make
and
this, yeah.
I didn't have enough hair for locks of love. It wasn't anything like that. It was vanity. I had a mullet, and I was like, I want to go back to.
I like it. It makes me want to pet your head. It feels cool.
All that matters to me, and this may sound vain too, is that you like it. Like I was
weird
like, he's
because
gonna think that.
I'm like, where is Rachel yesterday? It's like 3:00. I'm like, we need to go to the pharmacy to get her medication. Where has she been all day? I haven't seen her at all. And I went into the room and she covered herself up with the blanket. And I'm just like, Rachel? And she uncovered her head and I'm like, what's going on? Oh, yeah, your hair, okay.
I was like, I immediately thought that I looked like Pugsley Adams, and I'm like, so I'm thinking that in my head, but he tells me, he's like, no, you look like, you remind me of that girl from,
the first thing I thought when I saw her was, this scene popped into my head of, there's this scene in Starship Troopers where the men and the women shower together in the future army for some reason, and they're all brusque, so it's like it's one of those like horrible scenes in movies where they're engaging in banter. So like one of them's like, yeah, like you never hit a bug with a meow from 700 meters. You missed that wogwomp at point blank range. Shut up, Johnson. Like they're having that kind of like roughhousey banter thing going on in the shower. And then somebody who looks just like Rachel, a lady, she's in there, and it's like she comes in and they're like, whoa, better not get too roughhousey. Lopez is here. And then like Lopez is like, yeah, you want to talk, Jackson, whatever. Well, there's a scene. If you guys have seen the movie and you know what scene I'm talking about, you probably know what girl I'm talking about too. That's the first thing that popped into my head when I saw her haircut like that. I said, you look like you're in the army.
Yeah, and then Space Army too.
Space Army.
It's like, because like I was thinking about I guess like G.I. Jane is what me thoughts.
And see, I want to dress her in not explicitly army, but just sort of olive-colored, camouflage-colored clothes, and just go around and just see how many people thank her for her service.
I really think that would be a really great
idea. We could take bets on it, Rachel and I will walk around for 2 hours with Rachel with this haircut in like stuff that could easily be mistaken for military clothing but isn't actually military clothing, and we'll take an over-under on how many people will thank her for her service.
It really is a great idea. We don't have to wear camo even. Like I could see myself like just wearing
not
olive
camo.
green.
Yeah, all like kind of drab, kind of purposeful looking army green colored clothes.
Yeah.
Not a uniform or anything to fake people out explicitly, but just to make it easier for people to who aren't looking hard to make the mistake,
Thank you.
If you wear straight up camo, then you're poisoning the well too much on one side.
Oh my gosh, property of Erik? No, I actually I YouTubed a lot of videos, and there was a woman who, by showing off her tattoo, she like shaped her head. That was like her thing, like to her family. She had I'm not a tattoo person. I'm not necessarily even a needle person. Straight up all camo. I should wear all camo, like and hot, like. You're right, Elise S. That chicks are gonna hit on me. You're totally right.
That's
that
fine.
is something to be prepared for. Thanks from Rampy Schauser.
That's good. That was a good one.
Yeah, you're right. It should be fun. And it actually was fun. Like, I actually thought that your dad may have had, like, some idea that I had done it before seeing me, but he didn't. Because there was this point where, well, like, when it's like, you gotta laugh. I don't know. I was just... yeah, I don't know, you gotta laugh.
I mean, the thing is, I can't imagine being threatened by women hitting on Rachel for the following reasons. It's like, hey, bird, you're a bird, I'm a bird. You can eat me. I'm seeds and I'm sunflower seeds. I'm peanuts and I'm little grasses and stuff. I'm like, yeah, but she's hungry. I'm a beefsteak. Or why would I be threatened by your little twigs and grasses? You know, I'm real food. You're just twigs and grasses.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I am very sexually insecure in general. Like, I'm somebody who will be, like, jealous. Like, hey, don't... I remember one time there was this poor young man. I feel bad about the whole thing, frankly. But it was totally out of my insecurity. Who was an ESTP when I first started going out with Rachel. And I was all like, you're not going to hit on my girlfriend, are you? Because I was thinking, since he's ESTP, he might steal her away from me. Because, of course, I have no real sense of my own worth or anything. And he's like, no, dude, how can I take your girl? Your host, Eric. I'm like, that is such a weird phenomenon. Like, you know, it's supposed to go the other way around, right? Like, don't think you're a hot shit, dude, just because you are a YouTuber. It's supposed to go that way.
It's cool. I think that's great. That's perfect. Really.
I don't care if she does get into girls. It's like, if she were... I misphrased that. I don't care if she ever did get into girls. Ever had a girl's phase. Or even if she were to have, like, an occasional interest in, I kind of miss salad or something. I don't care, because it's like nobody prefers salad over steak.
Okay. Well, I don't.
I mean, the point is, I'm the proper food for her digestive system. I'm the only food that's really going to fill up her digestive system.
That's what it comes down to.
And similarly, it's like, you've got to throw a bunch of stuff away? I mean, here, put it on top of this pole? That doesn't make any sense. How am I going to put all these trash bags on top of this pole? No, instead what I need is a round, open, empty thing, like a trash can or a dumpster or something.
Thanks, Lady Lou.
So it just makes sense.
I've actually been thinking of you because you said that you shaved your head and that the Velcro sensation. I was like, oh, I haven't had that yet. And I have been having it. Like,
No
hood
more.
gets
Vegetarians
stuck to
do
my
not
head.
prefer salad over steak, okay? Vegetarians are of the aesthetics
They'd
variety.
still-
The
veg-
aesthetic variety.
Vegetarians would still have pizza over salad anytime. I will say
Right.
that.
Vegetarians are to meat as the fox is to the grapes. He'll never eat them. He'll insist he doesn't like them, but it's only because the crow won't give him any. Yeah, nobody likes just eating leaves and stuff. We aren't herbivores, for goodness sake. The biggest problem with leaf eating is that it doesn't keep you full. Okay?
Leaf eating?
Yeah. If I eat stuff that doesn't have meat in it, I'm hungry in 45 minutes. At least as I lean toward women, but subby boys and more feminine men, fuck yeah. Okay, well, like, I guess the reason why women don't threaten me is I don't really care.
Right.
Like, neither those women you refer to, nor those subby men, nor those more feminine men can bend you over and flog you with their meat stick properly. So, how could they possibly threaten me?
Well,
you know?
I'm in the camp of my type is Erik. Like, I
mean, and that's the most accurate description for me as well. The thing is, Rachel's, we're getting to this from opposite directions. I'm giving you NI that's unrelated to my actual SI, basically. Okay? In reality, I'm not a bold, yeah, I'm here to fucking, yeah, at all. Okay? So the NI I'm giving you is useful for this particular storytelling venture, but is not related to the actual me. My SI is actually what Rachel's describing, which suggests to me that what Rachel's describing is not actually her SI. It's just her NI rendering of what she suspects her SI must be if she were to pay attention to it.
my SI. God, that 8th slot, yo. Can you guys think about your 8th slot for a little bit? My 8th slot is
you know, at the end of Elise, the commentator will say, Elise absolutely dominated the role of cum dumpster today. Would that work? Would that be consistent with your fetish? I know pegging is a thing. It's when you get a bunch of girls named Peggy and make them all suck your dick, right? Oh wait, no, it's not.
Okay.
I'm joking. I'm joking, Rachel. I'm not that douchebag. Okay.
I am okay. Here, I'm the uninformed person though, of the information of. Oh, I just think this Alec Baldwin thing is happening. Ha ha ha! Where it's actually like possibly a real dangerous thing that happened. Like, no, not really. Ha ha ha, Rachel. Like, actually.
Well, it's definitely a dangerous thing that happened because somebody died. But whether or not it's willful is another question.
Fuck! I can't even. I keep forgetting that happens even.
Yeah, somebody died.
Damn.
No, I agree completely that cheating
God.
is cheating. It's not more acceptable or something for males to cheat or females to cheat. Regardless, my perspective on it is a relationship is a partnership predicated on the idea that you and I are making a deal that we will be exclusive partners until and unless we make a deal that we aren't anymore. Okay? Well, when we woke up this morning, I just caught out of the corner of my eyes a little glimpse. There were about 12 or 13 little men. They were all running away out the door with chunks of Rachel's hair. And I scurried up, I got to the door, I poked my head out. They were nowhere to be seen. So we've been speculating about what they were up to. My theory is they're trying to build another Rachel for themselves, maybe like a doll Rachel, because they've been secretly watching us through the windows and are so enamored of her that they're like those weird Japanese men, or I guess not just Japanese men who like buy bathwater and stuff, you know. Except they're a form of fairies. They're called hentai fairies.
We have Pee-Pee watching out for us right now. She's a good watch out cat. Watch cat.
Well, the thing is, the truth is, betting tips. Last night, I was able to locate and diagnose that she did, in fact, have hair cancer, but it hadn't gone down to the roots yet. It was still up here. So we cut it all off, and now it's gone. That's the easy thing. If it's top down hair cancer and you cut it early enough, then it never gets to your body. It's the bottom up hair cancer is really the problem, because no matter how short you cut the hair. Alec Baldwin. Some people say I'm quite handsome. Some say I'm a real lady killer.
He was great in Beetlejuice.
Compulsive hacking is actually one of the number one lung cancer preventative behaviors you can engage in, which is really not so many people consider. If you want to say that bong rip's bad for her lungs, you need to prove first that coughing doesn't prevent lung cancer. Duh. Aren't you glad that's not true? So many people live in a world where that's true. And I'm like, how can that be true? That can't be true.
Prop gun. Oh. He has like 6 kids or something.
You just have to wait a second. You have to be patient while I catch my breath. I would respond to what you're saying there. We're going to fuck it up if I'm not, but I wait for the nitrous to pass. So just give me a second to just enjoy my nitrousyness, and then I'll respond to you. That's me willfully choosing to prioritize SI over everything else, but only after I had recovered a bit from being tapped out on nitrous, right? So I was pretty tapped out on nitrous, and then I was trying to form the words to say what I wanted to respond to Elise S's last thing, and then I was sufficiently untapped out on nitrous that I remembered, wait, you're gonna fuck this up. It's gonna sound like, and then that's not gonna express what you want to express. So you should wait for the nitrous to pass. Like Rachel gets very NE on nitrous. A lot of times she'll do a few nitrous hits and then she'll say, that little blue, that thing's over with the ma. I'm like, that's wonderful, darling.
That's nitrous talking. Yep.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
I had a nitrous moment about Quentin Tarantino yesterday. That was my Annie going.
Oh yeah, you were talking about him, but I couldn't figure out what your point was. That's usually what it is. I can't figure out what her point is when she starts N-ing on nitrous.
It was supposed to be that he's an ENFP, but it was more.
You more expressed to me how you've gone through different periods of your life where you felt angry and or like happy for him. Angry at and or happy for him. No, I don't have any DMT. But I suspect I found a good way to get mushrooms. Winston's mom's linking me to somebody linking me a link that wasn't useful, ended up being the impetus to get me to figure out a way to do this. Basically, if I want to get mushrooms, all I got to do is go to one of these like mushroom celebration meetup groups. Like there was one yesterday, Sunday. She was trimming herself with the trimmer. She went, oops, and then she had to go everything that low.
And it wasn't even, yeah.
Or
right.
Or either that, or go new wave, like half of her head low with the other half, like yeah.
Yeah, because I did it right. I made the mistake right here. I was like doing my hair with the trimmer on a low setting, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be rad. Like this is gonna look like when I had like my long-ish hair, like when I had a pixie. Great. And I went up here and around, and I was like, oh no, I had to fix some parts. And I took off the cover of the trimmer and went, and it was all gone. And I was like, oh fuck. I'm like, well, there's no coming back from this now. And just went, so that's what happened.
So, and I want to talk about how the haircutting thing is very revelatory about TIFETEFI. So, at first, I didn't want Rachel to help me because there's certain parts of my beard and mustache that I want to do myself because I don't. It's like over a long period of time, I know what I want very specifically, and it's not really looks based. It's more I want a certain distance from things that itch. Okay. But then after I was done with that part, it would have been a lot easier for me. She was still standing there offering to help, for me to just hand her the trimmer. But then I also thought, yeah, but she's not going to get all the hair in the trash can. Now, in addition, it occurred to me, well, you're not really doing a very good job of getting the hair in the trash can either, Eric. But,
Thank you, Cammy 9.
But the point is, you're not listening about the cognitive function. You keep talking about how people's hair looks. That's not the point here. God. The thing is, so I didn't want to, after I'd gotten the part that I wanted to do myself, I had two factors go into play. Number one, I don't really want to bug Rachel the mess to do it because she might, I can do, why, she could always say to me, well, why can't you just do it yourself? What do you need me to do it for? You're a big boy. I always feel susceptible to that particular line of argumentation, even though nobody really ever says that. So there's that. And then the other thing is, I put in my head, I go, okay, well, what if I were to ask her to do it? And then I think, I remember like last time when she had it in her hand, I didn't like the lack of TE. I didn't like the way she did it, like that
part of it.
Well, just like it made me want to go, God, do this with more confidence, basically.
Yeah, I was very nervous to do your hair the first time. I was very nervous.
And so I didn't want to deal with that again. Mm-hmm. So I just said, no, I just do myself.
Yeah,
fine.
and you did a great job. You do a great job.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I do as good a job as I can given the circumstances, but we need to do each other because for both of us, there's these spots we can't see and really can't really get to with these long hairs and stuff.
when it comes to, yeah.
So this is exactly what happens when you have SI low, NI high, FE operational, FE absolute, and TI is not very relevant to the thing, and TE is countervalued and blind. It makes no sense for us each to shave our own heads. It makes infinitely more sense for the other person to shave the other person's head.
Right.
And if it is in fact the case that Rachel needs to get a little bit better at it or something, because I lived with a hairdresser for a couple of years. And had access to all that shit and got quite familiar with it.
See, you can do up until you want. When it comes to the back, I feel like I definitely need you. Like, I can't get a straight line. I can't get a straight line. You know, there's just...
But the thing is, what actually I've developed is a new technique. Instead of getting haircuts, what I've started to do is to shed the previous scalp, hair and all. And I can set that aside, dry it, and if I want to change scalps, I can always put on a previous haircut. This was a scalp shedding that I did. I guess it was back in about 94. This is one of my older scalp sheddings. But yeah, this is what my hair looked like in 94. And instead of getting it cut, I shed the full scalp and grew a new scalp, then hair.
That's fascinating.
The reason I got this one, I decided to shed this scalp, is because I got tired of so many people coming to me and saying, "That's some pretty hair, dude." Yeah, it is pretty. Yeah, I'm pretty. I'm not ashamed to be pretty. But deep down, I was ashamed to be pretty. Yeah, see, that's this whole mirrors thing. Fuck this whole mirrors thing. I don't like this whole things that you're looking at are backwards from what you're meaning, right? I don't like backwardsy shit. I can never figure out, like if I wanted to touch, right now, if I want to touch the O in Bolano, okay, a different thing. If I want to touch the Statue of Liberty, I'm going the wrong direction, see? I'm going the wrong direction. It should be that direction, but it's not. And I have to try to figure out the backwardsiness of it. And it's very difficult to do. There, I touched the Statue of Liberty. So it gives me like car sickness, you know, trying to manage that whole mirror imaged negative image, you know? Who likes that?
I'm always like, you'll just see me catch me looking like over my shoulder or like each direction, because like you can't do it just once, and then you can only hold your with one. You can only hold your phone with one hand, so you're like also looking at the mirror with that, and it's just so annoying. Like you end up getting like a rat tail. Oh my gosh.
Perfect.
This is the dream.
Okay, we're setting up for an Elsie situation here.
I'm no longer.
Elsie.
See, I'm no
Elsie.
longer.
This is your shit right here. Okay, we're playing stern Soviet woman KGB officer deals with entitled American tourist in the last days of the Soviet Union. Okay, so I'm going. Hey, I'm just here to visit the Kremlin, bro. I don't know what the problem is.
Russian.
Da, you'll come to Russian prison.
The Russian prison.
Come with me. We go to Siberia. From that point forward,
Put cherries in my tea.
it was mostly bootlicking, humiliating naked exercise regimens through the frozen tundra of Russia. Yeah, right.
This fits me really well right now.
It's like, okay, so you're Jakine, right? Like, that's your 90s artist name, Jakine.
Jakine.
And I'm like, I got a regular name like Steve Carson. And we've decided to make an album together, like kind of Captain and Snail, right?
Oh.
But we're not really well suited to make an album together with our respective styles. Anyway, we went with Jakine Carson, right? And we try to do this kind of combo music. I'm mostly known for my down-home rock and roll. You're known for your rhythmic style, sort of techno-pop. And we cut one album together. It's thereafter known as one of the worst albums in history. That's the story of Jakine Carson. They had one song that was sort of a hit, which tried to mix their styles, like, when we come home to our hometown, living all around the thing, and then it was, you're your hometown, yeah, hometown, yeah. It was a terrible, terrible idea from the get-go. But basically, that's why we're here today on True Hollywood Story, because that happened a long time ago. As you can see, I still have my full head of hair, so I feel pretty good about that. And my erstwhile artistic muse continues to shave her head despite having all the hair she needs. Ironic, isn't it? And that's one to grow on. What have we been smoking? Everything from jerky to pole. Everything from jerky to pole. What do jerky and poles have in common? What do jerky, salmon, and poles have in common? They all get smoked.
Oh, I like that. That's a really good one. That's some good quality NE.
Thanks, Darlene.
You're welcome.
I was born with it.
Yes, you are.
It's the gift of the Amish.
Mm.
Would you enjoy the gift of the Amish? I would.
I would too.
Made with real hometown low-tech technology.
Will they give me
And old-fashioned
buttermilk?
religious fervor. There's nothing better than Amish craftsmanship.
Oh yes. I love the Amish. I love their pretzels and they're selling things at stuff for swaps.
Now, I can be kind of easy to please, but Rachel here, well, she's a real toughie. And yet you hear her raving about the Amish. Tell us more.
Well, they go to church on Sundays early in the morning.
Are pious people.
And they don't take cars. You will not see the Amish in cars.
Very slow to transport themselves.
Yes, but they love.
So what can we do about this? What does this Amish conversion machine have to do with the Amish? You promise us free energy simply by stuffing Amish people in this hole here. Can it be possible?
We both turn British. What goes on? How does that happen? We were doing a Dick Van Dyke Cockney accent.
Imagine to be a Fascist and the Beatles is a great name for a YouTube channel.
That is that is great.
Or Beetle and the Fascist.
Here,
I kind of like the role of that a little bit better.
Beetle and the Fascist.
Yeah.
That's great, actually, because John Lennon, I think, wrote a book during the 60s when there was, like, they were talking about him. He, like, mentions fascism in his book.
You know what we could be? We could be the first East German Soviet combo rap duo to emerge after the fall of the Berlin Wall. Right? Yeah,
Yes.
I'm from this side of the vault over there.
And
We
I'm
were
from
stuck
this
there
side.
in Germany.
I'm from this part of the walls over here. I'm from this part of Germany.
Is that the vodka? No.
Is that vodka? Da.
You're like, I'll say vodka, and then you ask me the same question about beer, okay?
Uh-huh.
Is that vodka?
Da. Is that beer?
Yeah. You like your vodka?
Yeah.
I like my beer.
Da.
There you go, like that. It was a huge hit for a little while in some portions of Germany, mostly the eastern portions. Explain the lyrics of the sea shanty "Blow the Man Down." What are the first lyrics of it? I know the only lyrics I know of it is "Blow the man down." What's the rest of it? I need to know context.
I think the most real thing that's happening right now, besides us, is the fact that Kitty looks like she's like, oh,
I think she's converted to Islam.
oh my god,
That's how Muslims pray.
that is how Muslims.
Our cat is praying like a Muslim.
Oh my god.
Do we need to worry about her immortal soul? Has a jinn come in and converted her to Islam before our very eyes? No good God-fearing Christian cat would sleep like that. That's got to be a prayer. Is she facing east?
Yeah, she is.
She's facing east. She is 'tis nodal bismly converted to Islam. I gotta show you. You have to see the wonderful, wonderful world of P. I'll show you. You're gonna see it. It's textbook Islamic prayer straight towards Mecca. My cat's converted to Islam. Why did we send you to all those Sunday school classes, Kitty? It was a waste of money. We sent you to the most expensive Sunday school classes we could find. Because, there's no substitute for quality. If you send your cat to a shitty Sunday school class, who knows what they're going to come back believing in.
She moved her head.
You can still see it though, can't you?
Yes.
It's not quite as obvious as it was a second ago.
Oh.
She just pulled out of
Look,
it.
She's. Now she's.
Yeah, she just pulled out of it. But
Yeah.
she was really exaggeratedly what you saw for a second there. She was Islaming it up.
Yes, you were praying. You were sleeping.
I mean, it's not much. She doesn't have to give up much. Because, of course, importantly, she already doesn't eat pork.
True. She doesn't.
And we were smart Muslim parents. Before she even had a chance to bring shame upon the family, we removed her uterus.
That was the smartest thing. Because we have an ESFP trouble larking about.
We used to be worried about her being a slut. Not anymore. Okay, so when I was thinking about lungs and breathing, they've got 4 different vectors, really. How much you can breathe in, how frequently you can breathe it in, how much oxygen is in the air, and how efficiently your lungs extract the oxygen from the air. So, the reason we hold in things like bong rips and or our rage, the reason we hold in things like bong rips or nitrous hits is because presumably our lungs aren't able to extract all the juicy intoxicants from them instantly, right? It takes a little while to get all of the THC out. That's the presumption. Now, the reality is it takes a little while for your lungs to absorb all the smoke. In other words, all the particulates in the smoke, the absorption of those is not instantaneous. But it's hard, it's probably a mistake to assume it's okay then to generalize that the get you high part is treated by your lungs the same way that the particulate part is. Your lungs are not designed to absorb particulates, whereas they are designed to absorb gases. Now, THC is neither a particulate nor a gas. Fly Guy indicates that lungs do absorb all the THC immediately, so there's no reason to hold in bong rips, is what you're saying. I mean, I don't believe it's quite immediate, but I think it's quicker than... I also generally agree there's not a particularly good reason to hold in bong rips, except you get this kind of double high thing from like a head rush from oxygen deprivation, which sometimes is good. Yeah, I agree with you, Fly Guy. I'm with you. I don't think it's quite instantaneous. I think sometimes, on occasion, I think that I wish I held it in a little longer, but almost always I think I hold it in longer than I need to. So if that were the case, if you vape, you're supposed to hold the vapor, then what is it about the THC in vape pens that makes it less absorbable by the lungs? I would also point out that we do definitely know there are some things that need to be held in and work better the longer you hold them in, such as DMT. Lobo Ferro says, false, you never absorb all the THC. Okay? Regardless, it's a nice, tidy little analog, isn't it? It's a beautiful physical world analog that we've needed for a long time. It's a great, fantastic, beautiful physical world analog. So I'm going to bring up something that I think you, me, and Albert Einstein are going to find absolutely genius. Like this. Yes. Okay. Ja, I'm Albert Einstein. Und I am a genius. On a journey with Erik Thor, on Erik Thor's journey boat. Okay, now that I've established that I'm a genius.
Could be a really good kid's book.
Erik Thor's journey boat could be the next hot kids series. I look like Albert Einstein, okay? Get it right. Anyway, Rick looks like me. I existed before that fucker did.
Yeah, Rick looks like you.
And let me tell you something, too. You think it's impressive being Rick? He's a fucking cartoon character.
No, he doesn't even think that it's...
Like, Rick's not even sure he's...
He grapples all the time.
He wrestles constantly whether he's as cool as Eric.
Right.
Okay? And it's much easier to pull off being Rick if you're a cartoon character And you can fall on a bunch of rocks and be perfectly healed with a ray gun, right? So, let me just tell you, to the extent that I'm Rick, that fucker is modeled after me.
No, he is.
Not the other way around.
I saw that. I'm a huge Rick and Morty fan. Like, I did when on my first like YouTube channel, I talk about how much I like Rick and Morty because like I went through a phase where I was sober, like I couldn't drink or smoke weed, and Rick and Morty made me laugh, and that's how I knew it was genuinely funny because it was made by an ENTP and probably maybe an INFJ, and it was actually genuinely funny, and I wasn't drunk or high.
I mean, I think both are somewhere in the mix of making that.
I have no freaking clue. I have no clue. Like, I know an ENTP is like, cause you said like, I mean, there's.
You want to know what an ENTP show is without NFJ influence? Without NFJ influence.
Without NFJ.
South Park. Where the fuck are my cigarettes? I thought I was Albert Einstein.
Me
And yet
too.
I'm not genius enough to know where my cigarettes are. They must be in the car.
Wait, what about a pocket?
Oh, in your
cigarette?
bag?
No.
I smoked one in the car.
You did.
They must be in the car.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
I'm here to take your comments and queries. Oh, and PP is here too. Just because her face is behind the chat doesn't mean that she's not with us. She is very much with us. Is Morty an ISFJ? We believe so.
Some are we believe to be ESFP. The mom is an ESTP.
And I don't know about Jerry. Cards, cool. I'll do it. See, we did type him as an ESFJ, but he could be an ISFJ. He really could be. I don't know though. Ooh, the Hermit card popped out. And the Hermit card means in this particular deck, this deck Eric bought me at the Geode store.
Holy shit, it's cold out there.
Yeah.
I couldn't find my cigarettes.
That's weird. You want to go out, P?
Here they are. Now, continue with your tarot reading. Take me a second to get up my Einstein submission to the Nobel Prize Committee.
So, the Hermit is number 9, IX. The planet sign that it's associated with is Virgo. The crystal it's associated with is Peridot. Or Peridot. And the chakra is the solar plexus. Interpretation in bold. So I'm going to read just what's in bold because it's pretty long. Too much information is coming at you, and aspects of your life are becoming confusing. I feel like I should read more than that.
Go ahead.
This is a time for solitude where you can find some space and peace for yourself. Peridot offers protection from outside influences, allowing you to find the inner space that you really need. It also helps you focus within yourself during your meditations. That's cool. Okay, so who wants a reading? Albert Einstein.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back with my genius thesis. I just got you got to give me a minute. Go ahead and do your reading. I've got to put this thing on the thing. Here it is, this one. Okay, now you gotta do yeah.
Whoa. I have jumpers.
When a tarot card is a jumper, it just means that, like, let's say you pull a 7 of clubs, or 7 of, swords. With a jumper interpretation of tarot, the 7 of swords, depending, can sometimes actually be the Fool card, or could also be a subtype of the Tower card.
Oh.
Yeah. I've got a jumper model of tarot card reading.
This is for talking with famous people. We got the Queen of Cups.
Queen
Seven
of
of
Cups, 7 of Cups,
The Magician.
the Magician of Cups,
The Three of Swords.
the 3 of Swords Cups,
And 6 of Pentacles.
and the 6 of Pentacles Cups. Alright, so let's go over those again. Queen of Cups, 7 of Cups,
Queen of Cups. 7 of Cups.
Magician,
Yep.
6 of Pentacles,
Yep.
3 of Swords.
Correct.
3 of Swords is betrayal,
No, it's heartbreak.
heartbreak.
Yeah.
I don't want to break my heart by dropping it on things that are very sharp and rocky. Well, the thing that comes immediately to my mind when I hear about heartbreak is I continue to feel as though, and will until, I guess, one or more things happens, there are, I guess, three really, or 4 people, well, I should say, on total there's 6, but 3 or 4 people whose death is sort of imminent. One of them is my cousin Julie, who's a couple years older than me, and who has the old brain cancer. Yeah, the old brain cancer. Oh, don't worry about me. She's the old brain cancer acting up again. And then, okay, so now that I've messed with that stuff a bit, so before I go into this window capture, I want to discuss, this death thing. So I've got basically 6 people in my life who are very old and or dying. There's my dad, who's in perfectly good health as far as I can tell, but who's 83, 84, whatever. So, there's my mom, who's definitely not in good health. She's in deep dementia, but shows no sign of progression, really. She progressed down to a certain spot, and she's been right there for, it seems like, a long time.
Yeah.
My dad used to talk about her plateauing. I always thought it was complete bullshit, and it was in the past. He'd see her sort of level off for a day or two, and he'd say, well, she's plateauing, like as though maybe she's getting better in some regard. But I just thought that's nonsense. My dad is just incapable of seeing the progression because it's a slow boil thing. And that if he weren't subject to the slow boil thing, then he would be able to see that these apparent plateaus are just noise in the data stream. However, they weren't just, those may have been just noise in the data stream, but the general rule I was applying, which stated that this is a steady, ongoing progression, that there aren't going to be plateaus really, that she may get worse less quickly during some times and more quickly during other times, but at the end of the day, my dad needs to come to terms with the fact that this is a chronic, progressive, and ultimately fatal disease, so to speak. And so, I turned out to be totally wrong about that. She's totally plateaued, and it's not a slow boil thing. I don't see her that often. She's in some ways better than she was when she left here.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's, and that's one of those situations where how you can see how NI and SI can both be right and both be wrong concurrently. So regarding those instances and whether or not my mom was at the time plateauing, quote unquote, I was right. My dad was seeing wispy make-believes in the wind. However, concurrently, the rule I was operating from, which is that doesn't really happen. She's just gonna, the progression may speed up or slow down a bit, but it doesn't really stop and there aren't really plateaus. That was false. There absolutely is one. So, that doesn't mean she's not getting worse or progressing in ways that aren't visible. That certainly is possible. But see, the thing is, I don't see myself as subject to that recency and locality bias that's implicit in what you're saying there, Fly Guy. I recognize that thing, but I'm not subject to it. So it's like, for somebody who has a poor sense of NI or poor understanding of NI, it's hard for them to deal with the idea of an identity that's usually like this, but about which you can't conclude anything, because sometimes they have these anomalous spikes. And if you have an anomalous spike lucidity, you can't conclude that she's back. It's like, for people who have a poor relationship with NI, that's a very troubling concept. But for people who are particularly good with framings, it's not a troublesome concept at all. You just go, well, under one frame of reference, she's stable at one zoom level, and at another zoom level, she's incredibly volatile. But we operate at this default zoom level, so we can draw reasonable conclusions accordingly.
Yes, this is the things that are inside. Pee-pee, you're right. You're learning the inside again.
Well, it's better to think of it like this, El Lobo froze. Food is like gasoline. There's a threshold at which your gasoline needs it to burn, okay? So if you need 91 gas, then you need your food to be more, a little bit more specialized than if you need 87 gas, in which you can generally have less specialized food. But no matter how specialized your food is, no engine is more specialized than 91. So the type of range of stuff we're talking about in terms of food effectiveness, in terms of impact, in terms of life, is not very big. Here's 100, right? And here's the range where the impact is in. It's up here somewhere. So it's like to spend much time thinking about or talking about food intake is to be barking up the wrong tree ideationally. Now, it is, however, not barking up the wrong tree to say the moments at which you intake food matter a great deal. What people don't understand and underestimate a great deal is how in this given moment or that given moment, their performance will be predicated more on whether they ate and pooped and slept than anything else. So in that sense, you know, a microbiome. Hey, hello, Rose. I gotta tell you, as a euphemism, don't go with it. It doesn't make your penis sound any bigger. I'm just joking. It seems like low-hanging fruit. Microbiome, indeed. Everything's a microbiome, right? My scrotum is a microbiome. My scrotum's a macrobiome of microbiomes. All right? Every wrinkle is chock full of biotic goodness. I'm going to pretend you didn't make a typo / autocorrect, that you didn't mean, that you heartily disagree. I'm going to pretend that you mean that you hardly disagree. Take that. That wins the chain. That wins the argument, motherfucker. You hardly disagree.
That gets so many thumbs up on
No
Reddit.
take backs. No take backs. No retracts. Okay?
It's
No take backs, no
screenshotted.
retracts. Yeah. What says to you bounces from her and him and you back onto you. So second,
See? And Oliver Lyhan confirms it. Scrums are microbiomes featuring low-hanging fruit, to be honest. Boom, boom, boom.
Listen, my microbiomes prefer you call them fun-sized biomes. I'm tired of your size shaming. Don't size shame my biome. Don't size shame my scrotum.
Yeah, seriously though. Don't. There's a whole TikTok, like, of this, like, girl. Like, it was a trend. I don't know. They're shaving their heads. Like, girls, it's called like a thing. Like, TikToks shaving heads. And this girl, like, kind of, like, shaming into, like, doing it. Like, she was like, do it. Just do it. Do it. I could fucking, like, do her whole, like, spiel, but...
Ultra macro phallus maxim. Ultra macro phallus
I'm
maxim.
so glad that I gave you time to think about that.
Me too. I'm so glad that you understand that that's how I'm using the time when you're talking. I'm hard pressed to disagree. It should be fairly obvious that if you are or aren't in a healthy state, should have a huge impact on test performance. Well, I mean, not in a healthy state. I'm talking about in a fueled state, right? Like, you're talking like an NI front stack person. Feeling bad because you haven't eaten enough recently is not a sign of ill health. It's a sign of you need to eat. Feeling bad because you haven't slept well lately is not a sign of ill health. It's a sign of you need to sleep. Feeling bad because my scrotal microbes are all over your face is not a sign that you're in ill health. It's a sign that you should never have let me rub my scrotum all over your face.
BB does not like the rain.
Okay, Jonathan. Granted. If you're talking about extreme examples of malnutrition and starvation and stuff, then yes, that comprises ill health. What is quantifiable without an IQ test? The number of fists that I got shoved up your ass is 2. Both of them. That's a stretchy butthole. Lots of things are quantifiable. You know, items at the grocery store in your cart. Items in the grocery store at your cart. That's why when you get in line, you should count. Do I have 10 or fewer items? All day, every day, Oliver. Why do you think my fists are so much darker peachish gray than the rest of my skin? Can you see my wedding ring up close? Yeah, sure. It's
So nice.
I got it in Hawaii. It's this magic Hawaiian wood.
Yeah.
I forget what it's called. Kua maybe, or Hua or Tua or something like that.
Oh, how cool.
But yeah,
It
it's
was
magic
a shop
Hawaiian
in
wood.
Kona.
Ahoy, Hawaii, hoy, 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 hoy. Well, you know, a lot of cultures, or at least this one culture that I've heard of this one time, they only had numerical expressions for 1, 2, and more than 2. And so if there's no reason to distinguish between 3 and 5, then there's no reason to have a word for it, right? I mean, it seems weird to conceive of a culture that would not feel a need to distinguish between 3 and 5. But apparently there is such a thing. Are living metabolizing chemicals, producing waste chemicals, and interacting with each other collectively, they are known as your microbiome. You are their ecosystem.
Damn, is that really like still coming down like that? Yes, it is, huh?
Don't worry, girl. That's just the ecosystem of my biome.
Oh!
Discharging some excess moisture.
Wow, that's a really good one.
This is what I feel in general about Bill Nye right now. I feel like I want to go to whatever.
I'm sorry, PB.
Whatever.
I wasn't laughing at you.
I want to go to whatever either literal or metaphysical bar that he's spending all of his time at and say, "Come on, buddy. Come on. Let's go home." That's what I feel about Bill Nye.
Oh.
To pick up chicks, brag about your biome. Tip 1. If you want to really get a girl's attention, brag about your biome. So, one thing we both have in common is we got microbial stuff going on in our respective crotches. Would you like to talk about how our microbes are different? Okay. Yeah, there's actually a lot of similarities between the microbes, although males are significantly less likely to get a yeast infection or what's sometimes known as a UTI. You don't have a UTI, do you? That's kind of a personal question, but no. I wonder if we could maybe have some sort of test to determine the compatibility of two different microbial samples from two people's genitals. Would you be interested in participating in such an experiment? What? I'd like to swab your genitals and my genitals and mix them together in a petri dish and see what happens. Because people don't realize this, but there's a possibility of two different species of biomes breeding and creating a monster mutant biome that can produce reproductively viable offspring. That's how evolution works. I just want to make sure that the evolution of our love doesn't create mutant genital monsters. See? So you wouldn't mind if I swab you, would you? Well, I mean, how can a girl say no to an invitation like that? Would you like to sniff a sample of my digestive microbiome? So, because I'm sitting next to you and I find you attractive, I would expect the pheromone production to be larger than usual. If you'd like, I could swab my scrotum and you could smell it. That way we could see if our pheromones match. No, thank you. Are you sure? I've got the swab right here. I can smell you fine, thank you. I wish I hadn't put on the cologne. You might be smelling the cologne. No, that'd be INTJ Rick picking up chicks. But see, that's the other way in which Rick is not smooth, really. He's so consumed by his devils, you know?
Yeah.
Excuse me, ma'am. I bet you could totally pull this shit off too. If you dressed up like a nurse practitioner or something and had another person in nurse clothes next to you, and we're in like near a courthouse or someplace, and instead of a tent, you would and put up a sign that said, you know, for women between 18 and 22, mandatory COVID vaginal swabs. And I bet a lot of people would fall for it. Sorry, this test only works on girls between 18 and 22? Really? Is that such a narrow range? Okay, we're going to need to expose the swab to this light and camera. Really? Yeah, otherwise the sample won't take. And we're going to need to expose your mouth now to my penis. Are you sure this is necessary? This is like Bang Bus, you know? So there's one of those porn shows where they set up scenarios of like where the girl's like an idiot. It's not real. You know, it's like the girl's acting, but the basic premise is the girl's an idiot and she's falling for this stuff. Ooh, anal swabs. You want to swab my anus? Do you really swab my anus? Do you swab it way up all in there? Will there be poop on the swab then? What will you do with it? Wave it in the air. You know, I think the command swab my discharge makes any occasion more classy.
Squeamish happens. Squeamish is a thing.
Quick responding discharge swabbers. It's a class of those who stand aside good injustice. I became overcome by the nitrous oxide. It stole from me whatever thoughts I had in my head and ran away with them. Absconded, you might say. If you aren't currently using the word absconded periodically, why not? Take it, love it, cherish it to yourself. I would argue that an ISFJ who's interested in the right things could easily enough turn out to be, on all display vectors, a better archetypal ENTP by age 40 than an ENTP could. I'm too squeamish for this shirt. Too squeamish for this shirt. Too squeamish. Shirt. I'm too squeamish for this shirt. Too squeamish for this shirt. Too squeamish. It hurts. Oh. My shirt is squeamish. You know why it's so squeamish? Because it finds my nipples absolutely disgusting. And I say, but shirt, your job is to lie against them. I says, don't tell me what my job is, Whitey. I say, I'm transracial. From that point, it just devolves into personal attacks, and like I've caught my shirt trying to choke me to death before. I've caught my shirt trying to feed me bran cereal, and I made it pretty clear when I bought the shirt, no bran cereal. You know who likes bran cereal? The Bran Cereal Company. That's it. Nobody else. You think all S types are dumb? What about smart people? They're an S type and they're not dumb.
I actually think, okay, so like when I was younger, I knew my sister was smarter than me. I never thought my sister was dumb for anything.
And that's part of the reason that's part of the problem with the word smart and dumb, right? Is that Rachel is definitely more intuitive than her sister. She understands the larger, more significant factor. She understands relevance better, but she may not test as well on TI. You know?
No, I don't.
On some level, then maybe we could say, well, like, if I were going to try to use IQ at all, I would say something like, among these two ISFJs, the fact that this one performed better on the TI questions and other kinds of such things would be explained by IQ. But I am currently having a problem. I'm having a crisis. My big crisis is this. I realized that I didn't really factor in enough. This guy I typed earlier, who I typed as ISFJ, that I didn't factor in his good TE. He did well on the TE test. I didn't ask a lot of TE tests, but I did ask one, and he did quite well on it. So it was quite snappy. He was weaker on the TI questions, than he was on the TE. But I only asked him one TE question. So, I mean, the thing is, being smart. There are two basic definitions of smart. Definition one is deft with frames and symbols. Definition two is deft with systems of the world. I mean, I don't think that's a dumb generalization. I think that's true. I think that there are two different definitions of smart and dumb that people use, and the problem is that there should be two different words, right? There's smart with systems of the world, in which case Elon Musk is definitely smart. Even Trump is smart, right? And then there's smart with frames and symbols. And in that regard, people who are often would appear to be very smart seem to do a lot of dumb things, you know? You've got your... Like, Richard Feynman is famously smart. And I watched a link that Winston's mom put in the live stream from yesterday or something, which was to a guy talking about Richard Feynman and some of the stuff he did in life and such. And he was definitely a genius and an ENTP. And he spent a lot of his time playing the bongos and strip clubs. He didn't drink alcohol, though, because at some point he realized he was going to get too into it, and so he didn't. But he's also known as the Great Explainer. And his most famous explanation of all was explaining to the country why the Challenger blew up. And he explained it by taking a rubber O-ring that was used in the Challenger and putting it into a glass of ice water until it got very cold, and then he was able to break it in front of everybody, whereas he couldn't break it prior. And he said, this is what happened. And everybody understood. Pretty amazing. And he literally, like, used a glass of ice water that happened to be there. He was trying to explain it. This was not planned, right? He was trying to explain it. Well, you see, basically, these O-rings, their viscosity and their stiffness and their flexibility are contingent on temperature. Oh, actually, hand me that glass of ice water. Right? Like,
Wow.
that guy impresses the fuck out of me.
That's magical.
Yeah. I mean, from what I understand, Jung mistook himself for an INTP. And he was an INFJ and always was. The thing is this, people, there are a variety of ways to justify a given claim. And people generally argue that the claim they are asserting is true is justified because it upholds under their preferred criterion. They don't distinguish between what kind of claims are justified better by what kind of criterion, let alone what instances justify under what criterion better than under what criterion, let alone what instances justify under criterion X versus under criterion Y, etc., etc., etc. So the thing is, at the end of the day, we can kind of understand better how a person thinks, how a person is, by their relationship with frames and language than anything else. And that's unfortunately and necessarily the case because frames and language are, in fact, the modality through which understanding occurs. Right, I wanted to put that thing up, I never did. actually might explain a lot. This is an STJ move I just pulled. One thing STJs do, especially if they're a parent or something, if you leave your shit someplace and they happen to come across it and it's in their way in some fashion, they will literally kick it out of the way like, what the fuck is this doing here? Like that. They're fine. I'll put my Einstein hair back on for this, okay? So let's imagine that there were, instead of types, personality types, there were breather types, okay? And we were trying to determine what breather type you were. Number one, I take lots of breaths so I don't need to breathe deeply. I take deep breaths so I don't need to take many. Okay? So don't take many. Now, in this scenario is a world in which we're more so than on Earth. It's somewhat on Earth, okay? Somewhat on Earth, but more so than on Earth, that different areas of the planet require or are more well suited to different breathing styles, okay? So, style one, I take lots of breaths, but I don't breathe very deeply. Number two, I take deep breaths, so I don't take as many. That's basically quality versus quantity, right? Number three, I extract all the oxygen from the air, none wasted, so I can breathe thin air and still have enough oxygen. Four, I extract some O2 from air, but I mostly breathe pure oxygen, so it's moot. And because I'm used to such rich oxygen, presumably I have advantages accordingly in certain environments. So the Sherpa, for example, breathes better than me at high elevations because of this stuff. 5 and 6, I go long stretches holding my breath so I don't need to extract O2 quickly, or I need the O2 in my bloodstream to last a long time, okay? So if I'm a marine mammal and I'm going under the water, then I need to hold my breath for longer than a human does, right? Which means either they need to get a higher amount of O2 into their bloodstream, or they need to use up the O2 in their bloodstream less quickly, right? I expect to never need to hold my breath, thus I must surface regularly. This would be a marine mammal versus a land mammal in the water. I can go in the water, I can swim, but I cannot stay underwater for nearly as long as a whale can. And then 7, I improve lung health with exercise. Or 8, I improve lung health by reminding my partner to make an appointment. So the thing is, in this instance, I don't know why I put that one. That one makes no sense. I'm not sure why I put that one. Alright, so let's move on. Which things can we measure directly or indirectly? We can measure lung capacity directly by having somebody into a thing, right? We can measure shortness of breath in terms of real-time vectors. That is to say, I can run until it's hard for me to catch my breath. In other words, until my capacity to compress oxygen into my bloodstream is being outpaced by my need for oxygen. Okay? Or there could be process problems Like, I generally have shortness of breath because I just don't have a good cardiovascular system. I have COPD or something like that, right? Then there's shortness of breath static vectors. So I could have shortness of breath that's not related to me at all. It's just related to where I am. I'm up high in the mountains, or I'm underneath the water where I can't breathe at all. It could be comparison against the mean, which is to say, this guy attains shortness of breath at a lower cardio level than this guy attains shortness of breath or something. Now let's look at measurement vectors. Empirics, reported experience as per blood oxygenation level to gasping for breath. So in other words, if I measure your blood oxygenation level as you're running a race, and I see the rate at which it goes down and match it to the rate in which your gasping for breath increases, I can draw some conclusions that way, right? Empirics, environmental factors. I inhaled this mold, then I couldn't breathe. In that case, it would be something that is a sort of short-term immediate response, like an allergy, that is not systemic, right? Like in the first instance here, it will always be the case that if you exert yourself sufficiently, then you will get to a point where you have to breathe harder in order to maintain sufficient oxygen level in your blood. Okay, that's structurally so. In contrast, you could go through your whole life without inhaling any mold and having this kind of breathing emergency. So let me go back to where I was here. Oh, I started on the second page. That was dumb. Alright, here's the first page, okay? So, real-time breathing statuses. If you talk to somebody in real time about their breathing statuses, it's either I'm fine, or I need to breathe, or catch my breath right now. In other words, if somebody's not feeling like they're fine with breath, then there's an urgency to the situation, right? So, let's look at that situation where there's urgency. In situation one, there's a problem with access. Gas can't reach the lungs. There's an obstructed airway, for example. In the second situation, there's a problem with the process. Breathing doesn't result in compressed gas entering blood, for example, COPD. In the third scenario, there's a problem with exploitation. The lungs are fine, but the heart's not getting blood to all the parts of the body, maybe because they're obese or something like that, okay? In the fourth scenario, there's a problem with air. They're breathing just fine, everything's working fine, but the gas they're breathing doesn't have enough oxygen in it. Okay? Cross-time statuses, explanations of these real-time deviations. So, if you look at the first one, problem with access, it's an unmet, necessary but insufficient burden. If your airway is obstructed, then you can't begin the breathing process, and any further analysis is pointless, right? In the second, you've got a structural failure, which is your lungs don't work. And so the problem is the capacity to fix the problem is narrowed to that scope of thing, right? In the third instance, you've also got a structural problem because it's just it's a structure that the lungs are reliant on to assist it getting blood to the body, right? If you see in general breathing as a strategy to oxygenate all parts of the body. And of course, you need that prime directive there, okay? So breathing is, the prime directive of breathing is to oxygenate all parts of the body. In the fourth case, it's a circumstance situation problem with the air. The reason I need to breathe is because what I'm breathing doesn't have any oxygen in it. All right, so the circumstantial failure would be that one. Static breathing statuses as deviations as attributes. So if there's not a problem, then it's unnotable, right? It's like you're not going to make note of the fact that you're breathing fine, usually. And the second instance, you got a periodic problem. A periodic problem is something like if I every spring when the pollen comes out, I have asthma attacks. Okay. So in that instance, you can try to treat it when it comes around, or you can just be okay with it. Maybe you have a chronic problem, such as I have, what's that thing that they have to hit you on the back to make you cough shit up? It's called cystic fibrosis. That would be a chronic problem. Circumstantial inadequacy. If we were having a contest to see who could compress the most oxygen into their lungs in 10 minutes, I would kick Rachel's ass because I'm able to breathe in much more air than she is. So in those terms of statuses, we understand them like this, right? And now let's go to vectors linking to both kinds of statuses. Frequency of breath, depth of breath, efficacy of gas extraction, quality of gas. So this is basically what we're looking at when we're evaluating lungs in attaining their prime directive of oxygenating the blood. Okay, so when we break this down, frequency of breath is the opposite of depth of breath, right? And efficiency of gas extraction is the opposite of quality of gas extraction. Quality of gas extracted. But there's this other thing, which is basically there needs to be, there's 4 more that go with this to make the analogy complete. So I haven't finished this paper, but the thing is, the other 4 I'm working on, and the reason this topic arose was because it made me understand something that I hadn't thought of much before. Like, okay, it has to do with doing nitrous. So I want to get like the right amount of tapped out on nitrous. So the question is this. If I do one of these, I've got extra lung space on top. So the question is, am I more well served to breathe regular air on top of that extra lung space, with that extra lung space, so I can hold that nitrous hit longer? Or is the nitrous absorbed by my lungs really quickly, and then that oxygen just counteracts it? So the alternative would be, even though it doesn't fill up my lungs, I hold it for a little less long, blow it out, do the second one, hold it for less long, blow it out, and not have any oxygen in the mix, but hold it less long. So the question really boils down to, how long does it take my lungs to extract all the nitrous from the nitrous? And what also occurred to me is the recovery factor. What's the best way to recover from needing to get, like, oh God, I just came up from the top of the water, I'm dying for a breath, you know? What's the best way to recover from that? Or what's the recovery process from that? Like, what's the speed at which my breath goes into makes me feel satisfied? Am I going to feel more satisfied by more frequent, shallower breaths, or less frequent, deeper breaths? And is that because the lungs are best, if let's say the lungs are best at in their first moments, and so shallower breaths are a better way to get more oxygen into you, right? This made me think about cognitive functions. The thing people don't understand about cognitive functions is that things link, right? Now, it's not really true with breathing, but people can at least get the concept that if we were playing a game where your job was to make it through a world with vacillating qualities and things of air, right? And you had to construct a character to get through it. Depending on your region or whatever, maybe your best strategy would be fewer deep breaths, because you would have, in that instance, let's say, some pockets of bad air, but mostly pockets of good air, and it's either one or the other. If you want to make a lot of short breaths, then all the air is kind of half-assed, equally half-assed, right? So it's like these things are linked. And the same with the cognitive functions are linked. You got the last three.
Thank you.
Alright, so here's the thing. IQ is mostly, and I'm willing to embrace its notion at all, in the sense that it's useful in explaining why four different ISFJs might display such a vast range of academic capacity. Some of them, like Kimberly, was put in special ed because they thought there was something wrong with her, even though she was clearly not retarded. My friend Dave Porter thought of himself always and portrayed himself as kind of an average student, not particularly smart, less smart than me, even though I was 4 years younger than him. And I remember one time I was trying to explain something to him when we were both in our 20s, or maybe I was like 19 and he was like 23 or something. I was saying, but look, blah, 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 blah. He's like, Eric, I don't understand. Listen, you guys stop. A lot of people, they're not as smart as you. It was a memorable moment, you know. It's like, I'd always thought he was. I always assumed he was. Because, of course, FE tool user, right? He's letting me drive the conversation. He's understanding what things meow, what things meow. Like your natural inclination to, I mean, I would say that, unfortunately, IQ mixes together several different things. Part of it is, I guess, how smooth are you with symbols and symbolic representations and symbolic systems? Hi, Sean. Like, for example, symbolic reasoning underlies argumentation. So if you're going to be good at argumentational things, it should require symbolic reasoning. But the fact is, there are varieties of people who can be very good at using big words and the displays of TI without actually using it. And so argumentation, which should be a science, has been subsumed by the humanities, which makes it challenging to talk about intelligence in a meaningful sense. The problem is school or academia has taken on more than it ought to have taken on. The idea of even teaching literature or something like that is not to offer it as a vehicle by which the reader or studier of it can critique society. Instead, it's so that the reader or studier of it can understand how aesthetics work with language, which is a much, much bigger, more important and real question, unlike the other. Highfalutin, pedantic bastards, overusing needlessly esoteric wordings.
Whoa.
All IQ tests are necessarily comprehensive and accurate in the endeavor or measuring the ability of cognitive adaptive ability in the individual.
So many words.
Well, I mean, like cognitive adaptive ability. What does that mean exactly? Because it totally depends on what you're adapting to. I am poorly capable of adapting to somebody who's playing fast and smart on an emotional field. In other words, if you're an FI person and you're kind of a real-time person and you are interested in pushing my buttons and pulling my strings and moving me here and there in real time by playing with my emotions, well, if you're good at that, I'm terribly bad at that. You'll probably have a lot of success for a while until I get away from you just because I find it unpleasant. Can you give an example of aesthetics of language? Sure. So there are more and less artful ways to say things. There are more and less thorough ways to say things. There are more and less inclusive ways to say things. There are more or less purposed expressions of saying things. So what I mean by that is, if you are studying literature, you should be looking for aesthetics issues. Every person who writes is necessarily going to express, in whatever they're conveying, some of the foundational ontologies from which they write. So it's true that somebody who wrote a long time ago might express, like Shakespeare might express statements that we might now think as misogynist jokes and dismissive things about women and their natures and stuff, right? And it's possible for us from our vantage point in current times to condemn them, but that's not the point of literature, okay? So the point of the aesthetics is you're trying to understand what makes something communicatively more or less powerful and what the variety of communicative approaches are. So for example, when I was on DMT one night, I had the thought, and I like the sound of it a lot, that intuition is the timelessness between breaths. So that is that's a statement that it's a graceful statement. It's a statement that the hearer affords a certain status to just because of how it's phrased, what it's talking about, and a variety of other NI things. Intuition is the timelessness between breaths. It's a kind of sentence that causes people to reflect a lot about what it might mean, or the different meanings that could be gleaned from it interpretively. And if they see themselves as intuitive, it allows them to engage their own self-concept in a way that's kind of magical sounding and or affirming. When I said it, I meant something. When I thought it and said it, I meant something specific. American culture is not toxic. I mean, there's no American culture like that. It doesn't work like that. It's like there are paradigms that are toxic and or evil or wicked, and expressions of those paradigms are voiced by individuals, either knowingly or unknowingly, and they either reinforce or undermine the paradigms that are good or bad. Good paradigms, it's good that they persist, and that in persisting they undermine bad paradigms. Bad paradigms, it's good that they extinguish, and it's bad when they undermine good paradigms. And if you get a bad paradigm undermining a good paradigm at exactly the wrong moment, right, exactly sort of perfect storm of things, you get the COVID clusterfuck. Can you elaborate on why some individuals are great at literature and why others are great at the sciences, for example? I mean, it's all about cognitive functions. It's like, what, with these lungs thing, right? If you are on a world that requires a lot of variety of things from you, right? Let's pretend, though, instead of situations and stuff, it's kinds of air. Well, then you're going to need to have a strategy. And your strategy might be something like this. I take lots of breaths, so I don't need to breathe deeply. Because in some places, breathing deeply exposes you to too much of a gas that can be poisonous. But if you breathe shallow and breathe it out real quick, it doesn't hurt you. Okay, so maybe this protects you against that, right? Option 2, I take deep breaths, so I don't take many. In that case, you don't have to worry about air where just a teeny fraction of it will hurt you. That kind of air you'll be protected against because you'll be less likely to breathe it. So let me share this, actually. Let me put it up here again to answer this question. Oh, it's still here. Good. Now here's another thing. Sometimes the air is thin in places. So there's strategies here. I extract all the oxygen, none of it's wasted, so I can breathe even thin air. My lungs are very good at extracting every last scrap of thing. Or I extract some O2 from air, but I don't extract anything that's not O2. So I may lose some O2, but I'm very careful about not letting in any boron gas in my lungs, right? So that's a different kind of strategy. If your strategy is to make sure you're prepared for thin air, you need to make sure you can extract every little bit of gas that's useful. But that same strategy will hurt you if the gas has stuff that might hurt you, right? So, okay, and then this one. I go long stretches holding my breath, so I don't need to extract O2 from my bloodstream quickly. In fact, I need to stay in my bloodstream a long time. If I'm a whale and I'm underwater, I can't need to come up for a breath every 30 seconds. I expect to never need to hold my breath, thus I must surface regularly. If I'm a human, however, I'll never be able to hold my breath as long as a whale, because I'm not specialized for an environment. I'm not specialized for an environment that needs to breathe in frequently and process the O2 and the oxygen in the bloodstream more slowly. Okay, and then the last one here, I improve lung health with exercise, or I don't. This one I don't remember what I was thinking there. It should be something like maybe I take a lot of action. I'm very active, so I need to breathe regularly. Or I'm very hibernatey, so I breathe very irregularly. That would be 7 and 8, probably the best 7 and 8. Okay, so let me put those ones in there, and then I'll relate it to cognitive functions more. I need to breathe rarely, low activity level, This is FE above SI. NI probably.
sound's on right now, but I just wanted to tell you that the sound was off. Like, you're golden now.
The sound was off?
The sound was off, yeah. You're muted for a whole while. Chat was going up.
Huh. I don't know what happened about that. I didn't change the sound settings or anything. I don't think. All right, well, thanks for letting me know. Appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, that's it. All right, so this is like Fi above Ni. I take deep breaths, so I don't need to take many. This would be Ni above Fe. I extract all the oxygen so I can breathe thin air. This would be Si above Ne. And 4 would be Ne above Si, but I have to rewrite it a bit. This is Se. No, this is Si above Ne. Okay, so this is Ne above Si. Don't need to extract it too quickly. This would be I don't know. I'm tired of thinking about this now. These things happen in chunks. Is this for me or what?
Yeah, sure. Finders keepers, right?
Sure.
Also, this is for you too.
Thanks, Charles.
You're welcome, Charles.
Alright, well, I don't know what's going on with the audio. I'm about ready to wrap this up anyway. I'm growing tired of my pointless yammerings. You should put yeah, then it wouldn't be hard. You know? It's possible I would be jiggling the mic cord. That's possible. So, you know, I don't want to finish this work right now. See, that kind of TI shit is work, right? Trying to figure out what correlates with what. I get tired of it pretty quickly. I just have to sort of jot down the idea and then come back to it later. Like I did here. But the point is, it's an excellent corollary, right? It can get people to understand why it is you can't be in your shadow or whatever. It's because you're a configuration. So Rachel's body is designed better for an environment that requires more shallow breaths, and my body is designed better for an environment that requires fewer deep breaths. Now, that's not a vector that's meaningful, right? It's like Earth doesn't really provide a lot of that kind of reward for either side of that, right? But we can understand how, if it did, you wouldn't be able to say, oh, I'm in my small lungs shadow, right? But this basic concept that it's the equivalent of vectors in breathing is something that could help people to understand why they're getting cognitive functions wrong, or avoid some of the wrong interpretations is another way to put it, you know? Like, it's very confusing to people when they hear C.S. Joseph talking about people being in their shadow. But they're not quite sure why it's wrong. And it's not really clear why it's wrong or what's wrong with that. The reason it's wrong is it's like saying, well, I visited Rachel in the land of... I mean, the thing is... Okay, I'm going to change the name. I visited Steve in the land of extroverted intuition, in which everyone takes lots of small breaths because they process, and for every breath they take, they only take out not 100% of the oxygen, because they're more interested in keeping out things that they don't want, and so they have to excise some of the stuff on the edge and lose some oxygen. I visited that country where their lungs work like that. And while I was there, I was in my ENTP shadow. But you don't have big lung capacity. Well, that's true. So how could you be, what do you mean it wouldn't make any sense, right? If we were talking about our body, our lungs, and the processes they do. My lungs were in their Italian mood, because you know how Italians breathe. It makes no sense, right? So the thing is, people need that kind of concrete allegory, or analogy, or else this idea that even though we talk about cognitive functions as distinct objects of analysis, that we can't meaningfully understand them except as a strategy like that, right? That's the biggest thing to get to get across. And part of the problem is I keep saying, well, it's on an axis. People say it's on an axis, but people don't know what that means, right? So, as far as they're concerned, an axis is a baton. It can twirl around willy-nilly. It's better to say, this is a configuration. We can either configure this vehicle to maximally perform on roads, or we can configure a vehicle that's maximally suited to rough terrain. But in order to maximally configure a vehicle to rough terrain, it's not possible to also have it maximally configured for street driving. You can't have both, right? So people don't quite get that when it comes to cognitive functions, but they get that when it comes to cars. They get it when it comes to lungs. So this analogy would seem to have some potential to clarify, if not what's right, at least why C.S. Joseph's wrong when he says you're in your shadow. You can no more be in your shadow functions for a period of time than for a period of time have small lungs and then big lungs and then small lungs again. I mean, sure, your lungs will grow over time, but your lung capacity is not something like, oh, last week I was breathing really shallow. I was in my INTJ lung shadow. No, you still had exactly the same lungs. And if you happen to behave differently for that period of time, there's some reason unrelated to your lungs, you know? It's something else. And another example, or perhaps a more compelling example of why something can't be in its shadow. Sometimes birds fall dead from the sky, okay? So it is the case. You can point to something that falls like a rock from the sky, okay? That doesn't mean that when that bird died, it was in its lizard shadow, okay? It was just a bird that stopped working. And that's why it ceased to be a bird and became a dead object and fell to the ground. The fact that this bird fell from the sky is not adequate reason to conclude that it was never a bird in the first place, nor that when it was falling it wasn't a bird, nor that prior to falling it transformed into anything but a bird. Failure at being a bird is part of being a bird. Well, I'm not currently in the shadow of any reptiles. And to be in the shadow of a reptile right now, it would have to be a fairly large reptile standing over there. Possibly over here. So I'm at my worst if I'm in the INTP's ENTJ shadow. I don't even know what that means at all. What does that mean? There's no such thing. If you are in fact an INTP, then your cognitive function stack is TINE, and that's it. And it's always that, and it will always be that. And that will always define your relationships with the other functions. That will always define your relationships with the other functions. Sometimes circumstances will cause the way that your stack defines your relationships with the other functions to cause you to display differently. So, for example, sometimes when I kick my toe, stub my toe, I jump up and down and say, ow, 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 ow. That doesn't prove I'm an ESTP Dom because I like to jump up and down, right? It doesn't mean see, that disproves that I'm bad at jumping up and down. It doesn't mean anything at all except I'm responding to the circumstance, and it's not expressive of who I am, except insofar as we can say when people respond to the circumstance of hurting themselves, perhaps you could find a correlate like introverts are less likely to vocalize, something like that. If you were to find that kind of correlate, you could point to that correlate and say, here's a piece of evidence. But here's a piece of evidence is not a reason to conclude you're mad. These are good comments here. Vider says, I think I'm an ISFJ. Now I can look like INTP or ENTP sometimes. Yeah, I'm sure you can. And that's the point, is ISFJs can be quite smart, very intuitive, quick, not as quick as ENTPs. They're not as quick. That's the key thing. ENTPs will always expose ISFJs who think they're ENTPs, as I did with this lawyer guy, because I'm just way out ahead of him with the ideation, and he just can't even remotely keep up. But his daughter could, because she was an ENTP, and that made it really hard for anybody to deny that I was right. So the thing is, they may resemble each other in display, and that's why it's so critically important that when we're testing or typing, we have means of distinguishing what's revelatory about display and what displays reveal about other things. In other words, you also have to construct questions that make the authentic response and the display the same thing to the extent that you can. His whole family, I typed his whole family, he didn't publish. He's a lawyer, his wife, who, I forget what type she was, and his daughter, who debates Parley, and is about to go to college at, I think, Berkeley? Yeah, she's going to Berkeley because we mentioned that if we go to that tournament this year, maybe we'll run into them, because he judges debate rounds and stuff too. Anyway, I typed his whole family, but he didn't want to publish, so you can't see it. And it's one of those things that there's a lot of sessions that might be extremely helpful for people to see, but they don't ever get to see. About half, maybe more, of my my typings are not published. You think I typed her as ENFJ? I may have. It's quite possible. But that daughter was a spitfire. It's like they're like young women deal with their appearance in different ways. Okay, so and it has a lot to do with their personality type. This girl was very attractive, very chesty, right in the like sexy woman demographic, 18 to 22 or whatever. But she was clearly an ENTP. So she was aware of it, but she just saw it basically as an argumentational advantage. It was so obvious the way that she's just waiting for somebody to use some bad metric to judge her so that she can slam the fuck out of them. And it's like people talk shit about sometimes those who win the genetic lottery as having it really good. There's a bias towards attractive people in society. I mean, I think there's a sort of general bias towards attractive people before you spend any time talking to them or getting to know them at all. But the fact is, the determinant factor almost all the time is type interaction. So it's going to be very rare that I can't get along with an INFJ. At least get along with them. I may not be absolutely delighted by them. It's going to be very rare I can't get along with one. It's going to be rare that I can't get along with an ISFJ. It's going to be rare that I can get along with an ESFP. It's going to be rare that I can get along or at least want to hang out with an ESTJ. And these are just realities about how our respective values, attentional manners and stuff, because of the way values and attention cascade down from your first two and define you in certain ways, that those indelible aspects of identity that are incompatible context will determine a lot of about the compatibility of two stacks. So there are circumstances in which ESFP and ENTP could be the perfect team, but those circumstances in which that would occur are going to occur very less frequently than circumstances where meow would be the perfect team. Okay, so it's like INFJ and ISTJ. There are circumstances one can imagine where they'd be the perfect team. For example, let's say it's the Middle Ages, and Rachel is the queen, or the queen's advisor woman, stateswoman, okay? And she needs to travel through the wilderness to this neighboring kingdom and negotiate with the people there. That's a really good team to have to send along. ISTJ is in charge of making sure the statesperson gets to do their job. They need to make sure that Rachel stays fed, warm, clothed, not hurt herself on the way there, protect her from wolves and stuff, and then same thing on the way back. And while she's there, he can tend to the horses and stuff, and she can do her diplomacy, and that's a great team, right? Because in that instance, the specific circumstances require the skill sets of each one, each knows their role, and it works out great. So it's like, compatibility is very much going to be impacted by circumstance. However, then you could best describe compatibility as frequency of occurring circumstances that facilitate the two being well matched as a team. And the thing is, it's very few circumstances that ESFP and ENTP are well matched as a team. Very few circumstances that ISTJ and INFJ are well matched as a team. Many circumstances that ENTP and INFJ are well matched as a team. Many circumstances that I guess ISTJ and ESFP are well matched as a team. I mean, Cameron's been with his ESFP woman for a while now. Can't stand losing, huh? Listen. What we all need to do is just embrace the wisdoms of the East. When we embrace the wisdoms of the East, we remember this. We win most when we lose. Sometimes losing can be the greatest victory of all. There, that solved the problem, didn't it? You're just not seeing how everything's all one thing. Like, you know, Fly Guy. Fly Guy says here, Fly Guy says here, yeah, INTJs, they seem to hate me too. Remember, hate is one of the most powerful forms of love. Oneness. And you know, it's like how NI people justify those conclusions. They start with something that's basically true, it's definitely true, which is, remember, we can't understand the meaning of the word good without understanding its alternative. So, right away we understand that good is just another expression of evil. Okay, you need to stop after sentence 1 and just say, hold up, big sign. The next sentence does not follow from the former, though I'm trying to pretend it does. You know, that's the thing they do. They say something that's correct, and then they say something else that kind of sounds correct and that kind of sounds related to the previous thing as though it followed from it. You know? Scoundrels.
Scoundrels.
The thing is, they don't even know they're doing it. I'm pretty sure they don't even know they're doing it.
True.
From their perspective, they've really grokked on to some holistic truth that they need to share with people. And to the extent that they can get metaphor to get others to feel as though they're grokking along with them, that they've conveyed information. You know? Yeah. Too much bad bugs? Too much bad bugs mean too many sad bugs. While ample rad bugs redeem their friends.
Is Bob's partner Janet?
Yeah. Bob and Janet. We haven't gotten too much into Janet. Janet's like Bob, except instead of actually being the worst at everything or whatever, she's the one who's always encouraging Bob that he's got good ideas, okay? When Bob says, you know, maybe I could hook onto that power line with this brake and pull myself up. Janet's there going, that sounds like a brilliant plan. If Bob goes, I don't know, this hill looks awfully steep. Maybe I shouldn't roll down it in this shopping cart. Janet's there going, You can do it. You're Bob. You're so great at everything. Really? Yeah, of course you can. Just give it a shot. All right. Then cut to the hospital. He's in one of those comically full-bodied casts that they have in television shows and stuff with one arm like this and one arm like this. No, Janet is well-intentioned. Okay, she's entirely well-intentioned. She thinks she's supporting Bob. Like Bob, she's just catastrophically, ontologically doomed to be everything and everyone's problem. So, it's like, whoa, you guys having a disagreement here? Don't worry, Janet's here to help. Okay, what's the problem? Did you insult him for being so ugly? Is that what happened? And then you told her she was super fat? No? You're not arguing about that? Oh. Because okay, I'm sorry, never mind. Was it that... Oh, it's about your job. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, I'm not saying you're ugly and fat. I'm just saying, well, that's what I would point out, right? It's pretty obvious. Janet's she's not FE polar, she's FE8. She's an ESTJ. I think Janet's an ESTJ. Bob, on the other hand, is like... Bob is... I guess he'd have to be like an ENFJ who got dropped on his head as a baby, okay? So he's always like, yeah, I want to do that. I can do that. I'm sure I can do that. I want to make everybody happy by doing that. And then Janet's always like, you've got the best attitude, Bob. I love your go-get-'em spirit. All right. And she thinks she's being an ideal wife. But they're both just being wrong at everything constantly. So don't be a Bob, don't be a Janet. I'm glad that last live stream is over. I had to carry the burden of being the Bob formerly known as KP's Bob for a considerable portion of the stream because I fucked up. I bumped my head into the trap wire and now you're Bob. Is this FI blind? What? Is what FI blind? What do you think about the attitudinal psyche? I don't know what that is. Tell me what it is. Yeah, I may know it by some other name, but I don't know exactly what you're referring to. Yeah, I'm sure you were just fine with it. It's like, you're kind of like, I hate those bullies until you're the one being bullied and they stop to bully someone else. Then you're just like, I'm glad I'm getting the stink of the bullied one off of me. And they're getting that stink on Bob over there.
Mm-hmm.
I would say being happy is more underexperienced than overrated. Like, that's aesthetics, right? That's an aesthetic truth. That sentence right there is a great sentence, what I just said. It conveys a shit ton of stuff if you let it unfold a bit, in few words. I think happiness is more underexperienced than overrated. If you think about it, it says a lot of stuff, right? On the one hand, it says maybe the thing that people aren't reporting as being very good, namely happiness, maybe they're not actually experiencing it. Maybe they're reporting it but not experiencing it. On the one level, it says that, right? On the other hand, it says maybe the problem isn't that happiness is overrated. It's just that people aren't happy enough or don't have enough of it, right? On the third level, it points out that, for something to be overrated, it sure seems odd that so few people talk about it and rate it highly. Like they go, you don't encounter people who go, "Hey bro, got some cool news." What's that? I've been so happy for like 3 days now. It's just been fucking pure happiness. Oh. And how is that? I rate it extremely highly. I mean, people don't really talk like that about happiness, Happiness is like the oneness of humanity with nature. Those who seek it will only find pain, which is true happiness. So true happiness is accidentally stepping on a sharp stick barefoot because you're trying to play hippie. Well, look, there's a difference between happiness, satisfaction, and I guess you would say performance evaluation. So, like, I am not necessarily satisfied. I have poor performance evaluation of myself, but I'm happy. So, what I mean by I'm happy is that I'm not unhappy. I'm not in pain. I'm not suffering. I'm not mourning. A lot of times I feel something that's more of a positive emotion. Like, usually when Rachel and I are driving and the music's going, especially if we're driving back from the getting of drugs, it's usually a happy time. Or we're driving back to go home where there will be drugs to do. That helps. And there's not really traffic, and we're rocking out, and we're in the right sort of mood. That I would call, it's not exactly happy, it's woohoo. Like, I should try to keep a log of this. It's weird how cognitive functions have made me aware of things I never would have even noticed before, really, but it certainly links to amount of sleep and other things, but mostly to circumstances. So if things seem to be moving and shaking, I'm getting a lot of sessions booked, I'm getting a lot of action on videos, and I'm just coming into my wakeful period, and Rachel and I are going on a little road trip, maybe just to go have lunch someplace or whatever. If it's a little bit of a distance, we got the tunes busted in the car, smoking a cigarette. And I'm just like, yeah, this is awesome. And underneath it all is this comfort with the idea that we're so cool. Okay. Those experiences are fairly frequent, but definitely don't comprise the majority of the time I spend experiencing life.
I feel extremely blessed and lucky. Like I say, I usually use the word lucky. That I found you, that we found each other because, like, it's having someone who, like, loves you and respects you and supports you is such an amazing experience. So it's like I know that there's things that go on, but I feel extremely lucky that we have each other.
I feel extremely lucky about that too. I think one of the reasons why you and I are so well matched is because your bar is low, because as was mine, because neither of us, I feel comfortable saying this, correct me if I'm wrong about you, but neither of us had been in, even in our healthy relationships, we're not nearly as healthy as we thought they were.
No.
Um,
No. They weren't.
So it's like, the thing that happened in this relationship is, at no point are we trying to get each other. There's not There's not a moment or two where, she fucked up in a way that I can save it up and get her with her later. I'm going to use that in a fight later, because you know how we're always fighting about these things. Not any of that. If anything, like, in other relationships, I might be inclined to vocalize a momentary frustration, because a little bit of brutality is expected. In this relationship, I don't ever take out my frustrations on Rachel by blaming her for shit that's not her fault, or by critiquing how she is. When I take out frustrations on Rachel, I take them out like, I don't take them out on her. I can't hide that I'm pissed off, and that's all it takes for her to feel bad. You know, the reason there's no reason for me to say anything is because it's never the case that she's making mistakes and then being unaware of what happened and in denial or pushback about an actual mistake. Not that we have many instances of that at all. I make mistakes sometimes, and then usually I'll pick up a cue that she didn't state explicitly that'll clue me in that I made a mistake somewhere. I have an example on the tip of my tongue. I can't exactly think of it. The AP is like an expanded and updated version of Psyche Yoga, adding attitude relations, type relations, and equal correlations, description. Right. So look. Yeah, I mean, we just.
I already know, like. But I'm not gonna tell him to, like, not be upset with me. Like, if I did something wrong, I deserve to know that it wasn't appreciated. So.
So I want to talk about these various systems that exist out there, some of which incorporate bits of MBTI, bits of other things. There's like the complete personality thing that has it. We mix up randomly your horoscope, your numerology, your so that, because it has more factors in it, it's more complete, and that makes it better. You know, that kind of shit. I'm not worried about any of those kind of stupid ideas because, of course, the reason none of them have any advantage is that none of them are distinctly advantageous over any creative person's sort of sensible but arbitrary taxonomy. So the thing that needs to occur in order to feel satisfied by any of these things, if you want it as an absolute value, is for you to happen upon the correct explanation, at which point it will resolve this seeking thing.
How are you with beverages?
I have beverages, thank you.
Okay.
Mama said I was born to beverage. So it's like, when we understand it properly, we understand it like the lungs thing, right? We could taxonomy lungs in various ways, like I showed in that document. But at the bottom line, there are 4 distinct processes that are involved in lung usage. One is lung capacity, depth of breath. 2 is frequency of breath. 3 is capacity of the lungs and heart to process breathed in air into compressed oxygen in the bloodstream. And 4, the rate of consumption of oxygen in the bloodstream by the body. Those are the 4 factors in whether or not you feel like you have enough air. So it's like breathing, you could consider a form of cognition. And you could consider those 4 vectors to be 4 functions of breathing. If you are highly cognizant of breathing a lot, then it won't occur to you when it's time to hold your breath, right? If you're always paying attention, don't forget to breathe a lot, don't forget to breathe a lot, don't forget to breathe a lot, don't forget to constantly breathe, then when there is an occasion that requires you to hold your breath, like going underwater, you'll ignore that and pull out your head from the water, spurt. Ah, shit, I forgot. This is that circumstance where I don't breathe a lot, right? This concept is concrete enough, and it correlates well enough as an analogy to cognitive functions that hopefully people can understand it. The reason you can't get your head around it is it's not anything that's justified by anything. At best, it's a taxonomy of people into 3 categories. Category 1, people who, even when they're in a couple, prefer to maintain separate households, separate bank accounts, separate lives, each be responsible for themselves. That would be SP, self-preserving. SX would be the couple-y kind. The kind that don't really feel like they're settled in life until they're with their significant other, their long-term partner, and who, when they're with their long-term partner, want to treat everything as ours rather than mine and yours. And then there's the social kind. The social kind, when they're in a couple, the most important thing is that couple to function successfully in the larger group. For their family to like the husband, for them to go to family events, for them to make their appearances, for them to maintain as a couple, for the person's becoming a part of a couple, not to negatively impact their social situation on a larger scheme. That's the social subtype. Now, is the world really divided into those 3 kinds of people? Well, it's one way to divide the world. It seems to me that it's a good way to divide one category of attitude that people have towards significant others. It does seem to me that self-preservers, there are some types in the world who seem obsessed about, even though we've been dating for 3 years, no, I have my privacy in my bank account and you have your privacy. And it may not be because of anything shady, it may just be because they see themselves first and foremost as independent, single individual, and not first and foremost as part of a couple. And so the couple needs to respect the individuals, is the SP's perspective. The individuals need to respect the couple, is the SX perspective. And the couple needs to respect the group, is the SO perspective.
I think my mom is SP first.
You think? Yeah, probably. What I just said is perfect, by the way. And that should be the single explanation of it that everybody goes with. The SP person expects the couple they're in to respect each of the individuals. The SX person expects both people in the couple to respect the couple. The SO person expects both people in the couple to validate along with the larger group, to function as a member of that group. So the thing is, what's important to note though about this is, even though that's a great explanation and a cool taxonomy, there is absolutely no good way to use that to explain something, except insofar as you're saying, like, I like the way that Rachel and I are both couple-minded peoples. We both are very opposed to any kind of flirting with others, straying eye kind of shit. We're both mostly, what's most important to us is that we can rely upon the statuses. That when I say I love you and I'm never going to go anywhere and you can trust me and I won't cheat and these are my values, that those words, especially the negative ones, like here's what you can reliably know I won't do and who I am not, that those statuses are upheld as absolute values by both parties is really important to both me and Rachel. Now, that aspect of the statuses thing is probably mostly linked to INFJ and ENTP. But if we wanted to try to isolate just to talk about the fact that we both have the same attitude towards being a part of a couple, and we were to call it sexual instinctual variant, then that might make that term somewhat useful. Because I do think that there are people who are basically coupley, and there are people who are basically family, and there are people who are basically me. But I mean, I can't defend that any other than except with observation, and there's no reason why your definition of SX, SO, SP is worse than mine. If there is a reason, the reason is simply it's less concise. Or it's less operationalized. You can use my definition, sort of, to test. Not exactly, but at least it gives you a pretty clear criterion. But regardless, it's still arbitrary, so you're never going to win an argument either way. Thing is, everything that's not the correct explanation of cognitive functions will fall away eventually. Because it has there's nothing special about it, right? It's like, imagine a trading card boom in which all of a sudden everybody begins making NFTs. There's a zillion different NFTs made by everybody who has anything that's ever made anything, decides to render it basically into an NFT. Well, the fact is, none of those things will be worth anything. The idea that because trading cards are because that guy's trading cards are valuable, that trading cards are valuable, is wrong. So there will always be a lot of attempts to falsify a true thing into success. What it means to falsify a true thing into success is, look, I see Kentucky Fried Chicken, and I'm a Chinese entrepreneur in Shanghai, so I'm going to open up Kentucky Fried Chicken. But I don't want to pay any franchise fee, and I want to own my own franchise. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to model it exactly after Kentucky Fried Chicken. Same bucket, same color scheme, everything. Except instead of the Colonel, I'm going to have a guy with a Chinese face. And instead of calling it Kentucky Fried Chicken, we'll call it like Fried Chicken Express or something. or KF chicken. You know, it's like, and that's a big successful chain in China. So in that instance, that's called successfully falsifying something into success. They've not tapped into something about KFC that they've managed to steal and ride to success. That didn't happen. The only thing that they tapped into is something about fast food chains that are big branded chains, right? And that have uniformity. They may have tapped into something about the fact that people like to eat fried chicken, but it had nothing to do, their success had nothing to do at all with their ridiculously ill-advised, unipolar decision to copy KFC's bucket color and general logo scheme while altering things a little bit so as to not run afoul of copyright or trademark or whatever. Well, the thing is here. So, what Fly Guys kind of pointed out is that Kentucky Fried Chicken thought it was all about their color scheme and their logo and their big bucket, and they were wrong. And the Chinese place thought, okay, it's about the color scheme and the bucket stuff, and they were wrong. And another place thought, I know what it is. It's that KFC offers the option between all drumsticks or not. But then they tried it, and that was also wrong. That was not also the reason. So probably the actual reason those restaurants are successful is because the food is good, cheap, and fast. Those are actual reasons that make restaurants successful. They're conveniently located, they're good, cheap, and fast. That's how a restaurant becomes successful. And people who don't have good intuition are constantly mistaking irrelevant factors for relevant factors. And when things that have irrelevant factors succeed, and the person thinks that the irrelevant factor was a relevant factor before the success was determined, that person will always try to attribute the success to the irrelevant factor. The relevance of the factor needs to be determined before the outcome, or else it's a meaningless conclusion. I mean, look, at Lobo Feroz, it's about the four factors I named. Convenient location, cheap, good, fast. But it also has to avoid a lot of business killers, right? So if its decorative theme is to every morning hang a new batch of recently killed rats, hammer them to the front of their door, okay, they won't succeed. Even though their food is conveniently located, good, fast, and cheap, the rotting dead rats that bestoon the front of their store is sufficient to kill the business. The thing is, I include location. Location is important. I agree. So, but the point is, there's an infinite number of things you have to avoid, little things like that. So I'm saying your necessary and should be sufficient conditions, but not necessarily sufficient, are good, fast, cheap, close. Wow. It feels like I fought a 10-round prize fight. I don't even feel like I was arguing with anybody, was I?
I don't think so.
I can't recall any arguments I had, but it feels like I've been arguing with everybody the whole time. Did it sound to you guys like I was arguing with you? It's like I don't recall actually shaking my head and doing the Erik thing.
Yeah.
But I can almost remember having it, like feeling as though I did it. You know, the shaking my head and doing the Erik thing is, no, you're not listening. I don't recall myself doing that, but it does feel as though I may have done that. Hard to say. I was like, Morty, everyone is wrong about love. It doesn't exist. It's a chemical reaction, Morty. No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, you don't have that.
I agree. See, here's the thing. I enjoy contrasting myself against Rick because I'm definitely wiser and more realized than Rick. If for no other reason than he's still a drunk, and I gave that up.
Yep.
His dissatisfaction with sensory pleasures, his inability to find meaning in the world because of both his dismissal of the importance of relationships and because his presumption, his probably correct presumption that he's more correct than everybody else, has not been solved by the inclusion of a meaningful magical thinking frame. No, I do like the comparison because it makes me feel good about myself. Because I think when I watch the show, I think it's funny, I like it and everything, but I genuinely feel bad for Rick. And there's lots of scenes where the show intends you to feel bad for him.
Yeah, it's starting to like.
It's a dark show.
Yeah, it's starting to be like, yo, people, like, yeah, we're cool, but don't glorify this shit. It's good that they're starting to be, be like that. That's, in the end, that's the truth, that he is a very sad man. And I think...
Yeah, I'm sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
Well, we're not up to total speed.
Here's the thing. The way in which it kind of resonates with me is it reminds me of how I go, I can have a tendency to disappear from my family for stretches of time and then reappear. Like, in other words, I don't make time much. We can't until we finish the second back shot on the 10th, but even when we could,
Yeah.
I don't make much time to go see my mom. I don't call my daughter very often. I don't go inside the house and talk to my dad very often. Not as often as I should, as I think I should, right? And when I watch that show, I do resonate with Rick as having that same quality of undervaluing his family. I mean, here's the thing. I've thought a lot about whether the early seasons are better and stuff. Actually, the newest season, it's one of the only examples of this I can think of ever having watched. It's a comedy cartoon show that's moving too fast for me, ideationally. The jokes, I'm getting them barely in time for the next one. And I never dreamed I would ever complain about that. But it's so snappy that it undermines its ability to entertain me a little bit. It's a hard thing to complain about because to say something can be too snappy is really hard for me to conceive of. Well, I'm thinking of one episode in particular of this season that was so fast paced. The one where he says, I can't tell if I'm taking, if I need to take more Adderall, if I'm taking too much Adderall. That episode is just like, pap, 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 pap. It's so fast. The jokes just are like, boom, 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 boom. I can't even keep up with them. And yet I ended up, at the end of it, respecting the episode a great deal. Like, wow, what a fucking piece of work.
Which episode was that?
It's not actually a propaganda. I mean, to the extent that every artist can't help but either demonstrate their unconsidered frame of reference, communicate. They can either demonstrate their unstated frame of reference, they can communicate explicitly under an explicitly stated frame of reference, or they can communicate themselves knowing that they're communicating in a frame of reference while not explicitly stating it, or they can critique frames of references in general, trying to including critiquing their own as though that were its own frame of reference that they validated under, or they can try to be less meta, you know? But no matter what it is, you can't be away and feel as though there's any possibility of you to do things better or worse without, to some extent, either projecting, conveying, advocating, or otherwise representing a given frame of reference. So the idea of propaganda is a funny one. Propaganda is really a term that should be used to describe politicized speech put out by governments. Because what we really should call, what a lot of people call propaganda, is either an attempt at straightforward news reporting that's filtered through a given frame of reference that the reporter doesn't understand, and or that the reader is projecting onto the reporter that the reporter may not even have. A lot of claims of propaganda are linked to publications rather than articles, which means that the person's not doing the right kind of critique, because it doesn't matter what publication a given line of reasoning and set of justifications occurs in. You have to evaluate the work on its own merits, each piece of work. So publications can't be guilty of being an example of propaganda just because of the publication in which you come in. And I mean, so it's a complicated question, propaganda, but it's not the case that, most importantly, this: no matter who you are and what you believe in, if you are one of the 95% of people in the world who take a word that sounds bad and stick it on things they don't like without caring what the word means, or if you're one of the people in the world who takes a word that sounds good and sticking it on what they like without caring what the word means, without caring what it means, then you all are the devil. All of you, you're the devil. It is fine to insist and advocate as hard as you want that the government has a moral responsibility to fulfill a duty to uphold justice by providing an entitlement to health care for all of its citizens. It is fine to say that. You are arguing your position. You go right ahead, mister. Do not lie and say people have a right to health care, because then you destroy the efficacy of the word right. It means something specific. There is no such thing as black propaganda. You can talk to me about a specific article, publication, that's published piece of work, or potentially a program from the government that is designed to push information. Okay, those things can be talked about as potentially being subject to a critique of propaganda. But to say that there's something called black propaganda is what you're really saying is there are certain arguments, identity politics arguments probably, that you've heard read, heard reported upon, heard other YouTubers bitch about or whatever, that you don't like. Then you're inferring an iceberg of supporters underneath this stupid idea that probably doesn't exist, and conflating that iceberg of supporters with a large group of people that also probably doesn't exist, called those damn bad guys. So it's good to sort of describe what you're doing when you're saying things sometimes. Like, what am I doing argumentationally? People spamming him with memes and the replies are toxic and assaultive. You should say, it's like one of the most toxic things in the internet is people misusing the word toxic. One of the toxic things on the internet is people abusing and misusing the word narcissist. The coining of the term narcissistic rage was not an attempt to clarify anything about narcissism, but instead functions, at least regardless of how it was intended, functions to specifically give a term of art that people can throw at people who get angry. It's an attempt to delegitimize anger. They're always getting to me, Morge. Everybody's getting to me. Everybody from the Stop Asian Hate agenda to the Start Asian Hate agenda to the Continue Asian Hate Unchanged agenda. Everything from the Black Lives Matter agenda to the Slack Wives Matter agenda to the Crack Chives agenda people. Everybody from the little people to the big people, the medium people, people from France, people who aren't from France, people who are somewhere in between France and not from France. What do I think black propaganda means? I have no fucking idea. I think you probably think it means identity politics stuff. I'm in Big Pharma's pocket.
Ooh.
It's like, it's like that kind of doublespeak is such garbage where, like, let's say I oppose signing the World Trade Organization's dictates on medical patents. And then what are people going to say? Are they going to say, please explain why you oppose it? No, they're going to say, Erik's in Big Pharma's pocket. It's like, if I oppose something, I oppose it for one reason and one reason only. It's always the same reason. It failed to uphold on its merits. Oh, I misunderstood, Marge. I thought he meant, like, black propaganda as in Black Lives Matter. Oh, I've got stiff legs and I'm ready to go inside pretty soon and take a bath, I think. And perhaps I would like to lie down and rub my junk on your very scratchy skull. I like to rub my hand on it. It feels so cool. It feels like, what does it feel like? Is there anything comparable to this? This feeling? What's something that feels like a person's just shaved head? Black Lives Matter was the successful hijacking of a badly needed police reform movement. Okay? Black Lives Matter was the successful hijacking of a very badly needed police reform movement. And because it was hijacked, the wrong message was learned from the whole experience, even though it appears to have mostly gotten the job done. I think pretty much every cop in the country, on their list of things that they're gonna bend the rules for, shooting a black person is at the very, very, very bottom. Okay, so it's like BLM actually attained the outcome that we wanted, which is there is in fact going to be a lot more transparency in law enforcement going forward. Law enforcement is shooting fewer people. Law enforcement is being held accountable to a much greater extent when they do shoot people. And these things were critically needed, okay? But what's the lesson? Are we going to learn anything that we need to take away from this? What needs to be taken away from this? That drug laws are bad. People sort of seem to be taking that away from this, which is good. But, okay, that transparency is good. People don't think necessarily, but we do get more body cameras and stuff, okay? And number 3, that we shouldn't treat people differently based on under the law, okay? So cops are treated differently under the law when they shoot somebody on duty. And that should not be the case. And when you create an aristocracy that's not subject to the same laws as everybody else, you have fucking problems. What do drug laws do? They created aristocracy. How do we know this? Because cops are immune to drug possession laws. After all, if it were truly illegal to possess drugs, then there'd be no way for the police to gather them for evidence without committing the crime themselves. That's why possession laws are crazy. Like, you know, if it's illegal for me to hold that drug, then why is it okay for you to hold that drug? Well, the answer is because we're going to use it as evidence. Okay, so why can't I hold it and use it as evidence that I have drugs? Well, because you're going to do it. Well, that's true, but that you don't know that. Hello, Froze. That's the other big problem with BLM. It takes away from all the central messages because it makes people think that this was ever about race. And it was never about race. It is true that more black people got shot and that more black people, a disproportionate amount of black people were in prison, all that kind of stuff. But it's like, okay, so Here's our plan. For all the people coming out of this refugee camp that we evacuated them to, we're going to pour shit on 10% of their heads. Well, which 10% are we going to pick? It can't be just random. We don't want to include the kids. Okay, let's just pick the ones, all of them who have red hair. About 10% of them have red hair, we'll go with that. And then they dump shit on 10% of the people with red hair. The lesson is, don't let people, the law enforcement people, violate people's rights. Okay? The other lesson is, if you're asking them to enforce an arbitrary law that, and how do you tell a law is arbitrary? If I violate the law, nobody complains. And if the cops don't arrest me and they don't catch me for my crime, there's nobody calling them and saying, why haven't you solved this crime yet? The other way we know it's an arbitrary crime is because if the cops pull you over and take away your drugs, then you're not going to complain that they didn't follow procedure and arrest you all the way. If the cops pull you over and say, oh, you're Joe's kid, all right, get on out of here, I don't see you around here again, and don't take away the drugs, you're not going to complain because they didn't follow procedure. If the cops arrest you and bring in the evidence of the drugs they caught you with, you're not going to complain very successfully because you did have drugs on you, they did catch you with them, and they've arrested you for them. And the real reason you should complain has nothing to do with how they treated you. It's the fact that they let those other two people go. But you can never catch them at that. Don't drive on Quaaludes, a Lobo Feroz. Well known. We discussed this last stream. Don't drive on Quaaludes. They're a barbiturate, you know. Okay, I'm going to split hockey after I just play probably just 2 songs. I'm not in a super performing mood, but I do want to play the song I keep practicing 100,000 million years ago. And in fact, I may even put the drums on underneath it. Wouldn't that be crazy? These drums are pretty punky drums for it. I'm not sure I'm going to use these drums, but I've been playing around with a few drums. I've been playing around with the cucaracha beat. I was thinking about making a song that basically has the same rhythm as La Cucaracha. I thought that would probably be a good idea. Because who doesn't love La Cucaracha? Nobody. La cucaracha, la cucaracha, la cucaracha. La cucaracha, la cucaracha, la cucaracha. Hi everybody, I want to welcome you to the show tonight. We're going to be playing some punk rock music, some country music, some rock and roll music, some music you ain't never heard about before. And we're going to do it all starting right now. What a honk! I wasn't ready. Let's start over. Alright, this time I'm really going to be ready. There was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place those slides below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Oldest lives coming to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. far along to turn around. The better course was dead ever north, and there's a bitter course enemy ground. Was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow, nobody had to show. Place those five below, let them go. They will start to grow. More years than soup, tears, gnash and droop. Oh, this life's coming to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge, decay, options at large, show other ways. Give each a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork, not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps a better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. Was 100,000 million years ago. A little bit of what I call sassy sauce visits the sarsaparillum. Drums are too loud? Okay. Sorry, I have one mic. It's closer to the TV than it is the guitar, and I thought, well, it's directional, but I should have moved it more to me. That's okay. That's the last song I'm going to play with any drums, okay? Don't you worry about it. Well, you know, I'm not, like I said, I'm not sure I'm going to be using those drums. That's at 200 BPM. I was planning on originally going at 180. I'm trying a few different sort of feels to it. Straight, a little bit of a swing. That one has a little bit of a swing to it. I got a track full of possible drums. I'm not settled on the drums, but it kind of sounds pretty good with the recorded guitar. But I'm still not set on it. This is what it sounds like with the recorded guitar. So the thing is, I'm always hesitant to incorporate or like when I play something like that. I guess I do it for our mutual observation and inclusion in the data, but I'm very well aware that I'm nowhere close to successfully recording this song. I've been messing with it, trying to figure out exactly how I want the beat and the guitar to go together for quite a while now, and that's one of the things I was messing with. So I'm still trying to get it to resolve as an NI vision, I guess, because I think I like it a little quicker, but you know, that the beat that I sort of originally envisioned is like something more languid, like boom, boom, boom. With just hi-hats over that, like yeah, boom, like kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, like that, you know. Right. If I play without any drums, I mean, the thing is, one of the issues I also have is what I practice most frequently is playing without any percussion, and I'm playing just guitar and voice. And so even though it's helping me practice the songs, I'm actually getting best at performing like this, which is a little different than getting best how to play a song for a studio recording. Even if you're going to play basically the same concept, you end up with a different feel, and it's hard to get the squareness out of it, you know, without getting super swingy. Whereas I can kind of balance that better with I'm just playing with guitar and vocals. So I feel you. I appreciate your insight, Jonathan. It seems like you're wise in the ways of things, but I don't have a great solution for this. I acknowledge that your description of the problem is correct. I'm gonna play without any drums, okay? It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. When the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Give each a chance. One's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course is headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in George today, options at large show other ways. Give each a chance. One's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Like, that was definitely better than when I played with the drums, you know. And to the extent that I were to provide to you my best possible rendition of a song for you to hear, I would say probably I'd be best served to play a guitar song with my voice and guitar in front of you live, rather than have you listen to one of my recorded tracks, for example. I'd be more likely to impress you and win you over playing the song in front of you live, just vocals and guitar, because even though they don't go in explicitly thinking this, they go in with a different set of expectations and standards when it's just guitar and vocals than they do when they've got a band in there or something, right? People have a very low expectation for singer-songwriter. Guy with guitar singing is the thing you walk past that annoyingly is in your way on the sidewalk. Guy with guitar singing is the thing you make fun of because that dude's so unaware of his own absurdity. Guy with the guitar singing is background music in restaurant at the golf club or something, singing, adult contemporary things. Guy with guitar singing is for people who are too old to like good music. Okay, all of these things are expectations people have. They're very fairly generally held. These all work in my favor because it means people have low expectations when they see a guy pick up a guitar to sing. And the fact is, I'm both a good performer if I've got a good reason to perform a lot, and I'm really good at this thing that almost always manifests super gaff. And so it's like I'm best served to compete live in front of people, but that's not how it ends up playing out, unfortunately. Thanks a lot, COVID, and more actually my incredible laziness. Stop getting in my way. I don't care what the problem is. I blame COVID. Is my window broken? I blame COVID. If I forgot my lunch at home, damn you, COVID. If I have let my beard become overgrown, damn you, COVID. Every problem that I can see stems from COVID eventually. COVID brings us all to the ground. It seems to kill every kind of crime. If you feel bad these days, it seems like COVID's got you by your hey. Finally figured out why I'm still not famous. Turns out it's COVID. Finally figured out why I'm not rich. Well, turns out it's COVID. I said, well, why don't I have COVID? They said, that's because of COVID as well. I said, this COVID seems pretty powerful. They said, oh, hell, yeah. You've gotta watch out for it. It'll make you limp and trip. You gotta watch out for its ways. It will steal all of your hay, and if you're having a bad luck streak, that just means COVID's getting under your feet and making you slip and making you fall. When you scream, why me? It's COVID's fault. Yeah, it's COVID. COVID's to blame for everything. Michael Jackson, they don't really care about us. This drum pattern also works similarly in the song to Michael Jackson's They Don't Really Care About Us. Quite possibly, I don't know that song. I don't really worry about being derivative because it's pretty fucking hard to call me derivative because I'm derivative of so many things a little bit and mix it up with a lot of different things that, like I say, my genre is Erik rock. You can try to compare people to me, but there's not a lot of shit out there that really compares.
It's just with you in general.
Well, thanks, darling. You know how to press my glory button. Are you going inside? Is that why you're standing
I'm
up?
waiting for you. I'm gonna hang out with you while you take a bath.
Okay, cool. Might work under the million. Oh, I see. You're saying the drum pattern might work under that. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not happy with the name. The name currently is a rather long name. It was 100,000 million years ago, which is kind of too long for a name. Maybe I should call it instead like Slab Grab. That's a nice snappy name.
Slap grab.
Join me on my slab grab. Stop grabbing my slabs. Okay, I can play one or two more songs. That's it. So, what do I want to play? Anybody have any requests? Any requests? Leftover oatmeal, right?
Oatmeal?
Meatloaf, I meant. Oatmeal is kind of like meatloaf backwards. Does oatmeal have all the same letters as meatloaf in it? M-E-A-L-O-A-T. There's no O in meat. No, there is. Is meatloaf an anagram of oatmeal?
There's an E in oatmeal. Wait.
There's an
But there's an
E in
yeah.
meatloaf too.
That's so crazy.
Is there an extra letter or something there? Am I not getting it right? Well, still, oatmeal and meatloaf are intimately connected somehow. And people say there is no God? F. Oh, there's no F in oatmeal. Okay, well. There's an F in oatmeal. You guys misheard me. I was talking about oatmeal. Satchel? Okay, I'll play Satchel. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for that sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to the end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? sack full of solvency, and that satchel filled up with home, and that satchel of nothing but bone. Satchel of helpful goods, 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 satchel of helpful goods. I put it together for you. My voice is a little shot right now, so I couldn't quite yak it, but you know, not too bad. Thanks, darling. I appreciate your appreciation. Will you appreciate my Will you pubertize my pubis? Will you pubertize my pubis, please? Won't somebody pubertize my pubis? Well, some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and I kick in cans, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow, I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna start over. I'm gonna clear my throat so I don't have quite such a phlegmy voice. I don't want to run afoul of the risk of being accused of being Flemish. Ah, we're cooking with gas. Well, you might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and I kick in cans, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow, I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lots to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. You might I'm paying out living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul takes to fan my flame. Blue-eyed belly, feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. Proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yes, Merle Haggard, the most haggard looking of all the Haggard brothers, all of whom were known for being extremely haggard. Let's see. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time. Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I've got something to say. 'Cause life can strangely be forgiving. Those who stay awake all night. Though they try to give in, we'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be super goddamn noise is sort of based on what I say here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? A frankenfruit is a fruit that has been brought to life and sentience via electricity gleaned from lightning and directed into two spikes, each protruding from one side of the fruit. Clearly. Or another definition of frankenfruit is guy. He flew too high into the sky. He landed on Dr. Frankenstein's table. Well, he came out the same, different though. After Dr. Frankenstein was thrown, he had added a couple metal poles to the side of his head. And from that day forward, he was frankenfruit. Everybody knew to toot their horn when frankenfruit rode by. Hey, black guy, I'm sorry, I'm in frankenfruit. How rude of I to forget your new name replaces the fly guy you once were. Now you're frankenfruit. Well, we've determined the identity of frankenfruit in song form.
In song form.
Here's the thing. It's like, whatever else somebody wants to say about me or anything else, I may be completely useless or worthless or whatever, but I am good at making up little songs like that, especially if I think somebody's trying to insult me in some way, maybe. And so I'm going to use a song to win. It's a strange strategy to have as a life strategy, but if I'm not good at anything else in life, if everything else never really raises to the better level of mediocre or better or whatever, just by comparing my capacity to do that against other people's that I've ever witnessed or seen or encountered, I've got to be among the best at doing that. I have to, because, you know, who got it, God? Who got it, God? God's God, got it, God, of course. Who got it, God? Who got it, God? God's God, got it, God, of course. If you're not knowing whose God you are, perhaps you're God of me. But if you're sure you know your God, then hey, go ahead and be God be. You can make a pretty mean stack of stuff. What does that mean? Is that like a pile of bullies, angry Wolverines, bitter old ladies? Is that a pile of mean stuff? Oh, I'm sorry, a mean pile of stuff. My mistake. The tricky thing, of course, about doing any, well, like I just did or whatever, is the trick is the NI. It's to make it come together into a complete whole that doesn't go on forever. All the rhymes come together, all the lines come together. When it pops and it works, it sounds like, how could you possibly not have planned that, you know? And that's very gratifying when that happens. I'm very close to going inside, but...
Oh, I'm just...
The thing is, I've been freestyling songs for a fairly long time, and I can tell you, it's both hit and miss necessarily, but also you get better at hitting and missing, and you get more concise, and you know, that kind of stuff. In general, I hate improvisation as well. In general, I hate, certainly like improvisational comedy is to me kind of the devil. But you know, who better than to try to do something good on an improvisational level? Because I kind of reject the concept of improvisation, you know? No, I hate that shit. I hate I could never watch that show. It's like, I couldn't, I wouldn't have put it in these words at the time because I didn't know about cognitive functions, but it's clear to me now, I can't watch you fuckers abuse extroverted intuition like that. You know? There was some extroverted intuition among those people there. I don't think necessarily, maybe one of them was an NE Dom, but he wasn't NE TI. And there's this sort of, talk about echo chamber, like that's an echo chamber. That show was not funny, but they had an echo chamber of a very generous audience, and each other patting each other on the back, and it just made me want to vomit. I mean, I think that Drew Carey was funny as a comedian, kind of. I like him as the host of The Price is Right. That seems to be the job he's meant to have. But he wasn't hilarious or anything. He didn't... You know, it's not like Drew Carey starts making jokes and my wet panties fall to the floor. That would be more like... Like maybe Stephen Wright makes some pretty good jokes. You have a soft spot for Drew too. I want Drew Carey to be successful. I like him. I get his struggles. I've heard interviews with him talking about how he went through this self-loathing phase where he just write in his diary, "You fucking suck. You are the worst thing in the history of time." I totally related to that. That was my time kind of too when I was drinking, you know, without writing it down. I like him a lot more after he's dead. I've ended up encountering more of his shit after he's dead. And yeah, I do like Norm Macdonald, but I will say that in his early career, he had some affectations that bugged me a lot, that I didn't like. And so I kind of dismissed him. He's a good joke writer. He is not necessarily the best joke teller, although he can be really good. And the thing is, I'm open to comedy. I went to a comedy club with my friend Corey and with Rachel and Shad not that long ago. I wanted to be made to laugh. I wasn't feeling competey or hatery at all. The first comedian wasn't that good, but towards the end of his set, he'd found his flow kind of. He's getting pretty funny, and I was laughing at some of his stuff. The main headliner comedian was actually quite funny. I laughed a lot, although not at everything, you know. Who's my top comedian? I don't really have a top comedian, but I will say that, like, as far as joke writers go, Stephen Wright Stephen Wright's a pretty fantastic joke writer. Woody Allen's actually a really good comedy writer. He's written some funny ass shit. Steve Martin also is a great comedy writer. When you have a comedy book that still is funny years after it was written, and it's mostly about comedy, like it's mostly intended to be funny, then that's a good comedy writer. You know, they're not trying to just milk some, like, you know, you have all these comedians in the 70s who were working politics and drugs, right? Like making people laugh by being blue and, hey, the drugs kicking in for you yet? Yeah. I was on drugs the other day. Blah, 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 blah. It's kind of like the opening comedian at the club we went to. He's working cheap, right? And then, or they're working non-comedy, which is they're appealing to people's political sentiments. Dave Chappelle's funny. You know, I gotta check out more Bill Hicks. Everybody mentions that name to me, but I'm not really sure who that is. George Carlin had some funny stuff, and he wrote some good jokes, but I don't find him overall to be a good comedian. Of course, I get how hard it is to do comedy. If I were going to do stand-up comedy, I've thought this multiple times, like, if I were going to go do stand-up comedy, I'd need to probably go in with a couple things, something or two that I would start with, right? And the problem with starting with this idea is, unlike something else, I can't check in advance if it's going to work. So, it's true, I could try to get somebody to listen to me tell the joke as I would tell it in stand-up and say, tell me if this is funny, and that may or may not be informative, but I also know, even when I'm doing that whether or not I'm going to be funny and whether or not it is funny has so much to do with whether I'm finding it funny at that moment, you know? That's what makes it so challenging as an art form, because I can't tell you for sure that I'm going to feel in a funny mood on Wednesday night when I go to stand-up comedy. If I happen to be at a stand-up comedy club and they're like, any volunteers, and I'm in a hilarious mood, I will probably get up there and fucking kill. But if I'm scheduled to go up there and I'm not in a hilarious mood, I have no idea what will happen. Comedy's hard. Comedy's way harder than anything else. Because you can't hide comedic failure behind veils of meaning and significance and artiness. You can't blame comedic failure with a simple thing as it's paced too slowly. There's no way to fix comedy, right? If I tell you your film's bad, it was paced too slowly, then you can go, okay, I can take away from this. Next time I can pace my film a little bit more quickly. If I tell you you're not funny, it's just not funny, there's nothing else to say. You don't even have to say that. If I just try to make you laugh and you just like roll your eyes, I mean, there's nothing left to say about it. Why aren't I funny? A failure to make me laugh? You know? I don't believe that. I don't believe much in cancel culture. Like, I don't believe it exists very much. I think it's mostly alarmist panty bunching by anti-leftists. The funny thing is, I don't really worry too much about bombing completely. Like, I assume, once on stage, that even if somehow I can't be super hilarious right away, I'll find a way to do it. I'll find a way to engage the audience. I'll find a way to make them laugh. I'll find something funny going on in the moment, even the absurdity of me being up there or something. But if I'm really not in a funny mood, I don't know if I could pull it off. Yeah, there's a lot more hubbub about cancel culture than there are instances of it. I mean, Boba Fett, you've got a point. Like, look, there's no disputing that major media platforms decided to become editorial gatekeepers more than they had previously, and chose to excise stuff that you might call infotainment, you know, like bullshit interpretations of things that play into people's larger NI overreach and stuff. I'm not saying they should have, but the point is that doesn't really comprise cancel culture. It just represents a shift in the paradigm for those major platforms, you know. Sure, there are plenty of people who would like to see their political vehemism manifest as somehow forcing some bullshit onto their opponents. And sometimes they'll succeed, but it's always been like that. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up. Like a Christmas present inside of a pita sandwich. Inside of a breakfast wrap, inside of cling wrap, so it's fully wrapped. Goodbye, my friends. That the love that I send to you now warm you throughout the night.